KTVUSA.com, or CVS.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com, k2visionrle.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
The Ad Council.
Thanks for being with us. A Fordham University class of 1969 ring dropped into the Long Island Sound in New York has been returned 56 years later. Port Jefferson resident Dave Orlowski, who regularly takes his metal detector, to Cedar Beach in Mount Sinai, said he was recently engaging in his treasure hunting hobby when he unearthed a ring buried under more than a foot of sand. It read, Alfred DiStefano, class of 1969, Fordham University. He told WABC TV the question of what to do with the ring was answered by his wife, who said, if you lost your ring, wouldn't you want it returned? So he contacted the woman who runs the Fordham class of 69 Facebook page, and she put him in contact with DiStefano, who now lives in Texas. DiStefano said he clearly remembers losing the ring while watching a sunset on a pier in 1969. An appreciative DiStefano said, I think a lot of people would not go out of their way to do this. He did, and I really appreciate it. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Mike had been a firefighter for over 20 years until one day...
I'm in full gear. The stairwell was dark and just kind of missed a step and felt pain in my right knee.
And the pain didn't go away. Turns out he'd torn his meniscus.
It definitely affected my work and my play.
So he decided it was time to get help. Yes, he considered surgery, however...
I did some homework and just thought that the stem cell procedure would work out better for me.
And he called Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And now you can go running into burning buildings again, huh?
100%. There's nothing slowing me down at work. I'm a tennis player, a mountain biker, and I'm able to do all of that after the procedure.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I recommend it to the guys that I work with, to people in my personal life. I would definitely recommend it.
Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Hurricane Aaron whips up the Atlantic.
The waves are going to be huge.
Intense bid to forge a Putin-Zelensky summit.
I'm told that they are moving full steam ahead.
First, alligator Alcatraz, now Cornhusker Clink.
Most would be here from 5 to 7 days to 50 days.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, Hurricane Aaron is spinning north, a Category 2 that won't make landfall, but has sparked concern up and down the Atlantic coast. It's a huge storm expected to cause rip currents for days. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for parts of North Carolina. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
This morning, Hurricane Aaron's winds are expanding as it churns toward the U.S. Its massive swells slamming the eastern seaboard, causing dangerous rip currents and shutting down beaches.
I mean, everybody should be concerned. An Olympic swimmer would not be able to fight the power of a rip current.
In Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, dozens of rescues already this week, despite warnings to stay out of the water.
People don't really realize how dangerous it is. It's a nice day, it's hot, and they want to get into the ocean. But again, it poses great danger.
Similar precautions are being taken 600 miles north in New Jersey. CBS's Meg Oliver is there.
Swimming is banned along much of the Jersey shore with red flag warnings in effect. We're already feeling strong winds and waves up to 10 feet high, with the worst of Aaron yet to come.
In the Southwest, there's high heat. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
We are looking at the potential out of this heat dome to set some records in the LA metro area over the next several days. So extreme heat warnings going into effect and sticking right through Friday and Saturday.
Phoenix is expected to hit 110 today, same for California's Death Valley. Now to the White House, CBS's Nancy Cordes has the latest on the push to get the leaders of Russia and Ukraine to the bargaining table.
CBS News has confirmed that Budapest, Hungary, is among the locations that are being considered for these talks between Zelensky and Putin. White House officials telling me they anticipate this sit-down is going to take place within the next 2 weeks. Extremely optimistic. And they say they hope to have the date and location nailed down by the end of this week. Now, the Russians have not publicly confirmed this is happening, but the White House press secretary said yesterday that Putin did agree to attend the meeting in his phone conversation on Monday night with President Trump. At the same time, the White House and European leaders are racing to flesh out a plan for security guarantees to protect a post-war Ukraine after negotiations. Trump says the U.S. is not going to contribute ground forces, but that he might be willing to provide some kind of air support to the mission. Russia's foreign ministry said that it categorically rejects the possibility of any NATO countries placing military assets inside Ukraine. But international leaders in the coalition are pushing ahead anyway. A White House official told me they want to nail down the plan within the next 10 days.
Some members of President Trump's own party have expressed concerns about his handling of Vladimir Putin, including North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis. He spoke with CBS's Major Garrett.
President Trump on social media wrote that he was wondering if Putin was tapping him along, meaning stringing this out. Is he?
How can anybody objectively look at what's happening now and conclude otherwise? He is tapping us along. And I hope that people just stand up and recognize he's a liar, he's a thug, he's a murderer, he's a rapist, he needs to go.
The Trump administration has reportedly moved to revoke the security clearances of 37 current and former national security officials. This includes some who worked on the intelligence community's assessment that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election. In the Middle East this morning, new military movement.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. Israel's defense minister has just authorized the call-up of around 60,000 reservists, with preparations for the conquest of Gaza City already underway. This, despite Hamas accepting a compromise proposal that would see a 60-day ceasefire and the release of Israeli hostages in 2 stages. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has yet to publicly comment on that proposal. So far, he's insisted all the hostages, dead and alive, be released at the same time.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The standoff over Republican plans to redraw political maps to gain House seats in Texas is set to end today.
The only item on the Texas House call, House Bill 4, the congressional maps President Trump asked Texas Governor Greg Abbott to pass in order to flip as many as 5 seats to the Republicans. State Rep Todd Hunter filed the bill.
The intent of the changes was to increase Republican political performance.
Texas House Democrats hope they can win their fight in the courts, arguing the maps are racially gerrymandered and illegal. State Rep Ann Johnson.
This is about everybody maintaining their voice, their right to vote nationwide, and not rig the next election to benefit Trump.
Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
California Democrats, behind a redistricting plan that's a response to the Texas GOP, now face a challenge from Golden State Republicans. The state Supreme Court has been asked to block it. 2 homesteaders in Arkansas are trying to create a whites-only community, as we hear from CBS's Michael Wallace.
They call their development in the small Ozarks town of Ravenden Return to the Land. Applicants have to go through an in-person interview and a criminal background check, fill out a questionnaire about their ancestors, and provide photos of their relatives. Housing rights experts say state and federal laws prohibit housing discrimination based on race, but the community's creators say they see a possible opening during the Trump administration.
President Trump said on social media yesterday that the Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is, quote, how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Last week, the White House said the Smithsonian museums would undergo a comprehensive review. Alligator Alcatraz has made news in Florida. Now a new immigration detention center in remote southwest Nebraska has been labeled Cornhusker Clink. Governor Jim Pillen.
I'm grateful for Homeland Security. I'm grateful for President Trump to say it is important that we find the criminals, the bad people, and remove them.
The place can hold 200 people and is being expanded to hold more. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The most expensive neighborhood in the U.S.? There's a new list.
It's no longer Beverly Hills. Gables Estates, a small gated community in Coral Gables, Florida, has now taken the top spot. According to Zillow's Home Value Index, the mansions in the exclusive waterfront community often exceed $21 million, and you have to pay $100,000 just for the application fee. 7 of the 10 priciest neighborhoods this year are located in the Sunshine State, while the remaining 3 are in California. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Walmart has recalled frozen raw shrimp sold in 13 states after federal health officials warned of possible radioactive contamination. Some lots of Great Value brand frozen shrimp were removed from stores after cesium-137, a radioactive isotope, was found. And that's the CBS World News Roundup for Wednesday. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A religious concert planned this month for Cal Anderson Park in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood is now moving. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has more.
Back in May, police arrested 23 protesters during a Christian concert. The city had approved the permit, and protesters clashed with police out of frustration with what they called anti-LGBTQ ideology. The same person who organized the May event is holding another on August 30th. After discussions with the city, organizers are now moving it to Gasworks Park. A statement from the city reads, "Everyone has a First Amendment right to make their voices heard, regardless of content or belief. We're focused on facilitating that right of expression for everyone in our city, while also prioritizing safety."
Tonight, community members will gather to remember the 80-year-old dog walker killed in Seattle. Police say Ruth Dalton was carjacked, then brutally murdered, and her dog Prince was later found stabbed to death in a park. Jamad Hayes is accused of carjacking and dragging Ruth as she was walking dogs in Seattle's Madison Valley neighborhood last August. The memorial is at Madison Park at 5:30. In a move shaking up local communities, Fred Meyer has announced the closure of 2 stores, Lake City and Redmond, set to shut down their doors in October. The company cites rising theft and regulatory costs as reasons for the decision, despite increased security investments. Shoppers at the Lake City location tell KIRO 7 TV they are sad to see it go.
It has strong memories for me, the store being here, and also the access to it. I live a block away. My pharmacy is here. It's just a shame what's going on with the theft in the area.
Over 340 workers will be impacted, though Fred Meyer says all employees will be offered positions at other locations. Meanwhile, the city of Tacoma agreed to pay $600,000 to former police officer Timothy Rankin, who claims officials defamed him after Ellis died back in police custody in 2020. Rankin was acquitted of manslaughter charges last year, but says false accusations ruined his reputation and career. This adds to the millions already paid out in related lawsuits. And it was only last month that former Governor Jay Inslee was celebrating a newly converted hybrid electric ferry.
We're leading the world in a decarbonized maritime fleet, starting right here with the Wenatchee.
Right now, the Wenatchee is out of service. A mechanical failure caused the boat to lose power, and a ferry spokesperson tells the Seattle Times they're working to find out exactly what happened. The boat serves as the Seattle Bainbridge Island route. The overall sailing schedule has not been affected, according to ferry officials. And this is raising some eyebrows in our state.
We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order.
Voting by mail is the primary way Washington residents cast ballots, but can the president eliminate that? Former Washington Secretary of State Kim Wyman, a Republican, says no.
He doesn't have the authority to dictate to states how they conduct their elections, even federal elections.
That would take an act of Congress. Trump claims vote-by-mail fraud cost him the 2020 election. Wyman, who was the secretary at the time, says that's just not true. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Looking at the map right now, it's clear. Other drive times, Seattle to Tacoma about 17 minutes right now, Renton to Bellevue 18, Everett to Seattle about 23. And for your forecast on this Wednesday morning, so far our temperatures are pretty normal right now. High today will be in the low 70s, and right now it's about 59 outside of downtown Seattle. And coming up next, Chris Sullivan with a choke point. The month of hell may be over, but there is still a whole lot of closures happening around the state before the summer ends. We'll have all the details for us next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
The G and Ursula Show.
There are topics that we bring up. Guns, climate change.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
And when you get to those topics, and everybody's going to go crazy. People who feel
that they can't do anything.
Exactly.
Are you willing to drive any less than you do?
Hell
Are you willing
no.
to? Man, you didn't even hesitate.
No,
other people
I'm not
to
getting
do
no
the public.
I got to get to where I got to get to.
When I'm retired, I want to rely on public transit. I want to be the one that takes light rail.
No, you don't, Ursula. You don't want to be worried about walking down the street.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO News Radio app.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
The moral of the story is don't put a $1,600 table in your restaurant.
Thank you. Exactly.
I'm really struggling with this one. Okay, on to traffic. So, Sully, we survived your month of hell, and you told us...
It wasn't mine. Don't blame me for this.
That's what you called it. And you told us, we're done. We're done.
Yeah.
Well, no. We have more things coming up over the next few years. The construction cones are not going anywhere because construction season is kind of a year-round thing now.
Yeah, it's not really a season anymore. It wasn't all that long ago that when, construction cones wouldn't show up until around April, and then they'd stick around till October, following the better weather. When the rain arrived, the work stopped. It's just not that way anymore. There are so many projects out there being done around the state that contractors can't really take a lot of time off, that is. WashDOT's Tom Pierce.
We have a lot of work to do, and really, we're going to start seeing more work happening during the winter.
You can dig and move dirt. You can clear out vegetation. You can lay concrete in cold weather as long as it's not consistently below 40 degrees. It's really only the paving and the striping that requires the good weather. So there's a lot you can do throughout the year. So don't expect those traffic cones to go away, especially on 405, where WashDOT is racing to get that widening project between Bellevue and Renton finished next year. In fact, Pierce says southbound 405 will be closed this weekend for that project.
We've got 2 weekend-long closures coming on I-405 in Renton. One will be the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The next one will be in mid-September.
Southbound 405 will be closed between Sunset and SR 169 from Friday night until early Monday morning for this closure. And there are also some closures coming on I-5 south of Seattle.
We're also going to have a full closure on southbound I-5 down in Kent for a weekend, the last weekend of September. And that's going to be a bunch of panel replacement, fixing broken panels on the highway.
And of course, don't forget there are going to be several southbound I-5 weekend closures across the Ship Canal Bridge through the fall. We are still waiting to get the confirmation on those particular weekends. As of yet, I think they're trying to figure out exactly when the Huskies and the Seahawks are in town, or the Mariners as well, because they're going to be playing well into October.
Yeah, so, of course.
As we plan ahead. So
thanks for the jinx,
yeah,
Sully.
So, just be prepared. We're not done, and it's really just a very limited amount of time that we don't do work anymore.
Well, there's some emergency work happening right now. I'm a guy who lives in the Lake Tapps area of Auburn, and 410 is a major part of where I drive around on the regular. What is going on here?
So we had a semi hit the White River Bridge yesterday morning, a little over height. This is the White River Bridge on SR 410 between Buckley and Enumclaw, so kind of right there at the north end of Buckley. It hit at least one beam, and they're not sure exactly how damaged it really is. They spent yesterday assessing. They're going to be back out there today.
Does
assessing.
not look good.
No, it does not. I'm not to give you a Skagit River vibe.
Oh, goodness.
Because where we hit several of those overheads, this one, at least one, was hit pretty good. And so they're trying to check that out. 22,000 cars a day use that little stretch. The closure is only about a mile. But to get from one side of the bridge to the other, the signed detour route is 38 miles.
Oh, goodness.
Because there is no other bridge over the White River.
And we have no idea when this is going to be fixed.
No, and not at all. So, the detour is going to take you, if you're on the south, say you're in Buckley and you have a job in Enumclaw, a mile away. It's a 5-minute drive to work. Today, it's probably going to be an hour because you're going to have to go 410 all the way to 167, 167 up to 18, 18 all the way back over to 410 and south. Now, there are some neighborhood backside detour routes that people do use. I wouldn't recommend them because they can't handle the traffic. Those roads are even smaller than the ones that they're putting you on. So this is a huge issue down there.
Complication tonight, too. If you've ever tried to get out of the White River Amphitheater.
Oh, goodness.
Cyndi Lauper shows tonight.
Oh,
now,
no. And is it ZZ Top coming up
I
this
think
weekend?
Soon. Yeah, coming soon. But my get around is I take a right going out of that parking lot, and I kind of loop through Enumclaw and into my neighborhood because, turning to the left and heading straight toward Auburn, bad idea.
Not a good idea.
This is not going to be an option right now.
No, unless they decide somehow later this afternoon. And again, we'll be keeping a very close eye on this. Nate Connors will be on top of this throughout the day to maybe see if we get this open. But when it comes to a 76-year-old, 76-year-old bridge, 76, they're not taking any chances with this thing. It's a steel truss bridge. It's old. It was just inspected, by the way, in April and rated as okay, which is good. But it's scary looking damage.
Yeah, that's before it was hit by a semi.
Yeah, you can see the picture at mynorthwest.com. I've got a detour route up there as well. But yeah, that's not going to be pretty trying to get out of the Cyndi Lauper. I know girls just want to have fun, but you probably don't want to be stuck in traffic either.
That's not fun.
4-year KIRO News Radio forecast. Morning clouds today will warm up to the mid to upper 70s. Right now, it's about 59 in downtown Seattle. And coming up, G. Scott weighs in on the big table debate. That explanation is next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, summer's heating up around Western Washington, and so is the schedule at Valentine Roofing. If you've been putting off any home exterior project, now is the time to act before the fall wind and rain expose a real problem. Get your roof, siding, or gutter project locked in before Labor Day to secure priority scheduling on select projects. Valentine priority scheduling means that they'll begin the work on your home within just 3 weeks of signing your agreement. And they'll coordinate with your schedule, so it's super convenient. Hey, it's Jake Skorheim here. When I needed work done on my roof, there was only one company I was going to call, Valentine Roofing. They were able to address the issue, fix it correctly, and even did a roof cleaning to extend the life of my roof, which now looks brand new. The communication was seamless, and so was scheduling the appointment. I needed it done fast, and they went the extra mile to make it happen. So whether it's your roof, siding, or gutters that need attention, call Valentine Roofing to get on their summer priority schedule. Spots are limited, so call 206 Roofing today to get all the details and schedule your free estimate.
This fall, Seattle Symphony music director Shen Zhang begins her debut season at Benaroya Hall. On September 13th, Shen conducts Grieg Piano Concerto with pianist Simone Terpcheski for the symphony's opening night. On September 18th and 20th, Shen conducts the majestic Pictures at an Exhibition. On October 2nd, 4th, and 5th, Shen conducts Rachmaninoff's dramatic Second Symphony and Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. Ticket info at seattlesymphony.org.
If you've been considering surgery or even joint replacement, let me suggest something. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've now talked to over 200 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, so many of whom have told me about the life-changing results, and those are their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they tell me that they're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids, the grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Mark Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Also, he's one of the few doing it the right way. So listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call, whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree. But because of declines in memberships, departments have become understaffed. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs you. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at a fundraiser? No matter what skills you have, you can make a difference. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you answer the call? For more information on how you can help, visit the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance at supportvfa.org.
G and Ursula on KIRO News Radio.
You're not going to be able to stop what's going to happen.
I hope he's successful.
9 to noon, streaming live on your smart speaker.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
That's
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter's offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Royteen here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
KIRO News Radio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO News Radio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio. KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump says that security guarantees for Ukraine does not mean that American troops will be deployed on the ground there. The current focus on working towards peace in Ukraine is on getting the leaders of Russia and Ukraine to meet face to face. CBS's Nancy Cordes reports from the White House.
In a statement, Russia's foreign ministry said that it, quote, categorically rejects the possibility of any NATO countries placing military assets inside Ukraine. But international leaders in the coalition are pushing ahead anyway. They met virtually on Tuesday, according to the UK's Prime Minister's office, and they discussed plans for a joint force if needed. A White House official told me they want to nail down the plan within the next 10 days.
Here in Washington, fallout from the death of Manny Ellis continues. Last night, the city of Tacoma agreed to pay $600,000 to the former officer, Timothy Rankin. He says officials defamed him after Ellis died in police custody back in 2020. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas reports Rankin was acquitted of manslaughter charges last year, but claims the city's statements destroyed his career and reputation.
The other officers have been fairly quiet since that trial. Christopher Burbank was hired, then almost immediately resigned from the Thurston County Sheriff's Department after community backlash. The city also paid out $6 million to the Manuel Ellis family. They filed a wrongful death lawsuit. The county also paid the Ellis family. They made one of the first settlements, $4 million in all. So that brings the total payouts to more than $12 million. That excludes all of the time and money dedicated to investigative teams, prosecutors, defense attorneys. In the more than 3 years this was an active case and during the trial.
More Fred Meyer stores are closing. This time it's in King County. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomi-Bow has details.
The list of Fred Meyer closures is growing, with the Redmond and Lake City stores most recently added on Tuesday. They joined the Everett and Kent locations, with all 4 set to be gone by mid-October.
It's super close, it's always super busy, so that's surprising that it's closing.
There's not really like other grocery stores nearby. This is very convenient for us. We go there like once a day basically to get groceries.
This Lake City location has been a staple for shoppers in this neighborhood for years, and they're sad to see it go.
The Mariners' Victor Robles learned his punishment for this.
He picks up the bat and throws it at Estes. He's been tossed. He is yelling at Joey.
Robles received a 10-game suspension for hurling his bat during a rehab assignment in AAA. He apologized and says he was frustrated after being hit multiple times in the series. He also says it's been difficult dealing with his mother's recent passing. The Seattle Times report Robles is appealing the suspension. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Some drive times right now. Tacoma to Seattle about 30, Puyallup to Renton 26, Redmond to Seattle 31, Everett to Bellevue also 31, and Marysville to Seattle about 35. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some morning clouds. We'll warm up this afternoon. Expect highs to the mid to upper 70s. Right now, it's about 59 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Here he is from the G and Ursula Show and the Reset podcast on My Northwest. G. Scott. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hello, we're great.
So, man, there's a story that's gone viral.
Yes, it has.
And it's out there to New Jersey, a New Jersey mother. So check this out. Her 3-year-old daughter kind of knocked over a $1,600 marble table over the weekend at a place called Ocean County Cafe. According to the mom, she was getting ready to pay, and then this fell over, and her daughter allegedly did it. And she was not, according to the mom, she was not allowed to leave before handing over her driver's license and credit card information. So the mama took to TikTok, and on the TikTok, she,
I hear a loud bang, and I look, and my daughter, who was trying to push the table away from her, pushed it over. The owner said, "Wow, the table is almost $2,000. It's $1,600, so you can't leave until I have your license and a credit card." All she kept repeating was, "Our policy is you break it, you bought it."
You break it, you bought it.
Now, there was quite a debate on Seattle's morning news earlier, G.
No.
I'm on your side, I think.
There should be no debate.
Okay.
This Gen Z and these young kids and young parenting. Look, I'm from the old school, and you break, you buy. You break, you buy. Period.
100%.
Isn't the intention of that saying if you are going into a business and breaking something that you could then purchase? There's not a price tag on this table, is there?
Here is the problem, DB, and all these young parents today. Y'all let y'all kids do everything. Y'all the folks that go over to people's house. Your damn child is jumping on folks' couches, and people are looking at you like, we don't want to say nothing to you. Are you going to say something to your kids? Oh, well, he's just tired. He just needs a nap. Oh, would you like some graham crackers to feel better? No, he needs sometimes they need a little belt to the butt. But I don't know if I can say that on the radio. But anyways, that's what ends up happening is these kids be running their parents. Parents, you don't run your house, you run around it. That is the biggest problem going on.
Gee, have you seen a picture of this this table, quote unquote? Looks more like a bench.
I don't care what it looks like.
I'm just saying it doesn't look very stable. I think an adult could have knocked it over on accident.
You want to know what doesn't look stable? The parenting in this situation does not seem stable. These are the types that had these kids walking around with pajama bottoms and rubber boots. These are the kids that says, "Oh, you don't want your chicken? Okay, well, what else can I have you?" Back in my day, when your mama made you one thing to eat, and you want to eat it, you sat there to the table until you ate it. I've sat there for 8 hours before until it get cold. Don't nobody care. These kids are soft.
To David's point, if you knocked over a table in a coffee shop, you broke a $1,600 table, what do you do, G?
You just bumped into it. You're just walking by and you literally bump into it and it falls over. Because that still is you break, you buy.
Yeah.
You still broke it.
Exactly.
You're paying $1,600.
I'm damn near 50 years old. Ask me how many tables I've knocked over in my life in a business. 0. You want to know why?
I ask again. Have you seen the look of this table?
Yeah, I saw it.
It doesn't have 4 legs. Guess what it has? It has 2 legs.
It had a little gangster lean to it. I saw it. It had a little.
It seems like you're admitting, you're conceding to a lot of the points.
Here's the thing, David. I'm not shocked that you and your brothers and sisters of your generation want the business to pay for it. Here, how about this?
Manda was saying that she didn't think the mom should have to pay for it either. Right, Manda?
I am really struggling with this because, can't the restaurant just file an insurance claim?
Also, what happens?
Insurance? Oh, okay. So our insurance premium can go up?
Okay.
What happens if the table falls over and it falls on the kid?
What happens if y'all just watch your kids and pay for your stuff and get out?
How does a 3-year-old knock over a marble table?
Yeah. I got 3-year-olds just doing whatever they want. How many times have you guys gone into business and you see somebody right now, somebody's in Starbucks right now looking at somebody's bad kids do whatever they want?
There's no $1,600 tables in Starbucks, I'll tell you that.
If it's $600, you got to pay for it. You break, you buy.
Coming up, we'll have national headlines. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
This week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, Grammy-nominated saxophonist Ravi Coltrane brings 4 nights of powerful, expressive jazz, August 21st through 24th. A living legacy on stage. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
But don't wait until after your flooding disaster.
DayandNight.net.
Water heaters have a predictable lifespan. Typically, it's between 8 to 12 years. The worst and most expensive time to look at replacing your water heater is when it's an emergency. It's leaking and it's leaving you without hot water through an evening or a weekend.
Hi, I'm Bruce. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Your showers are cold. Your water heater's too old.
DayandNight.net.
And it's taking forever for hot water to get there.
DayandNight.net.
Now get $50 off installation when it's time to replace your old water heater or upgrade to a tankless or heat pump water heater. Day and Night is here for you round the clock.
DayandNight.net.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
CBS News Brief. Warnings from North Carolina Emergency Management with Hurricane Erin causing dangerous ocean conditions along the eastern seaboard.
We already saw a large number of rescues from rip currents along the North Carolina coast. If you're vacationing along our beautiful beaches, please stay out of the water this week and make sure you're following instructions from local officials.
President Trump says his administration will be investigating Smithsonian museums to weed out woke sentiment. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Protesting that the museums focus on, as he put it, how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success.
Cornhusker Clink is opening in Nebraska. Governor Jim Pullen in the latest immigration detention center.
Expectation would be that most would be here from 5 to 7 days to 50 days.
He says those being housed there are considered minimal to low risk. CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some clouds over us this morning, but we will warm up today. Expect temperatures to be in the mid to upper 70s. Right now, it's about 59 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold on President Trump's push to end mail-in voting. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait. Whatever age you are, and that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
We call up New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold to talk about the big stories of the week.
David, good morning. Lots happening this week with foreign affairs. Trump meetings with Putin and Zelensky. One story that kind of flew under the radar yesterday, the president announced he's going to sign an executive order aimed at getting rid of mail-in ballots. This came during his meeting with Zelensky in the Oval. Does he have the power to do that?
No, he doesn't. It's pretty clear from the Constitution that the Congress controls voting for Congress and states control voting for their own officers. So the president has basically no power at all over voting. He could try to, jawbone states to change their mail-in ballots. He could also try to, get Congress to throw out mail-in ballots. It's a dangerous thing for the president to say that he doesn't consider some votes valid, but he doesn't actually have the power legally to change anything about voting.
And what do many of the states have in common that use mail-in voting that the president might think he could use to his advantage?
Well, we've all seen in these previous elections. I mean, one thing I should say is that the idea that mail-in voting favors Democrats is a few years old. That was definitely true in 2020. It was much less true in 2024. But before, when there was a real partisan divide and Democrats used more mail-in voting and Republicans voted in person, what happened was that they would count the in-person votes first. And so you remember from 2020 when Trump was saying, stop the count, because he was ahead right at the beginning. And then as they counted all the votes, that had actually been cast weeks earlier, but they were counted last, then he fell behind Joe Biden. So I think that's his idea, is that, you can invalidate mail ballots, then you can get the benefit of the Republican votes on Election Day and then try to stop the count before the Democratic votes are all counted.
David, I want to read you something Trump wrote on Truth Social, quoting here. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them, all caps now, for the good of our country, to do. Thoughts?
Totally wrong. That's just not how it works at all. States choose their own methods of elections. States oversee their own elections. This is a federal system. The president has no power. Like I said, he can tell them what he wants them to do, but he can't tell them what to do, and in this situation at least.
What if Speaker Mike Johnson, presuming he's still Speaker in the start of 2027, decides he agrees with President Trump and doesn't want to accept the elections out of the states that had mail-in ballots?
I mean, that's the thing that I do worry about, is that this leads somebody in a state government or somebody in Congress to say that they won't accept votes counted by absentee ballots, by mail-in ballots. There's a couple reasons I think that would be hard to do. One, a lot of Republican members would have been elected by people casting mail-in ballots. So that would mean validating a bunch of people who were on his own side. It also would mean basically the end of democracy. It would be the Republicans saying we're not going to count votes that are not for us. So, if they want to take that risk, maybe they take that, step, maybe they can, but it would be a real rupture in our country. And it would be, I don't know what would happen, but it would be the end of American democracy as, in a fair and free process.
While we're talking about state rights and voting, it appears the saga in Texas of Democratic lawmakers there trying to break quorum and prolong a redistricting vote has finally come to an end. What does it mean now?
Well, so those Texas lawmakers left the state for a couple of weeks to deny quorum for this session that had been called to pass new Republican-friendly maps. But they can't stay gone forever, and so basically they had to come back at some point. So they've now come back. The Republicans are going to pass, if they haven't already, pass these new maps in place, try to give Republicans even a greater advantage in Texas in 2026. That they think it'll add possibly up to 5 new House seats for Republicans. The question now is what happens in other states. California and New York, 2 big Democratic states, have said that they are going to try to redistrict themselves to try to balance out what Texas is doing. So there's also a chance that if Democrats do better in Texas next year, this could backfire even in Texas, that these new districts could be so thinly drawn that Democrats could win a few of them. But yes, it seems like in Texas they are going to change the maps.
So what you're saying is keep an eye on California and New York for the next shoe to drop.
Exactly.
Let's move over to Washington, D.C., where you live, David, because we have federal troops on the ground there, National Guard, as well as other agencies. It's a hodgepodge of agencies now helping patrol the streets. What are you seeing there?
In the District of Columbia, and I live there and work there, and you see them occasionally. They're on the mall, they're in some neighborhoods, but I don't want to get people to have the sense that we are like an armed camp, that there are National Guard troops on every corner. The city does not look that different. And we talked about this last week. There wasn't that much crime to begin with. The city actually has crime like any other big city, but crime had been at like a 30-year low in January. So it wasn't like there was a huge amount of civil unrest or other things going on. I think the main thing these folks have been doing, 2 things. One of them is just standing around, and the other one is making immigration arrests. D.C. used to be a sanctuary city. The federal government has now overridden that. And so I think if there is a real change in who's getting arrested and how the law is being enforced, it's that there's many more immigration arrests.
Well, now several GOP-led states are sending their own National Guard troops to D.C. Why?
For PR. I think this reminds me of in Trump's first term when there were all these states clamoring to send their National Guardsmen to the border so they could get a little bit of the glow that Texas Governor Greg Abbott was getting. I think these are people, West Virginia, Ohio, I forget the other one, South Carolina. Their governors want to show like they're doing something to please Trump, and so this is a cheap way to do it, to send a couple hundred National Guardsmen. As far as I can tell, nobody asked them for it, and they're certainly not needed here to contain some sort of civic unrest, but I think it makes the governors look like they're tough and, that they're strong followers of Trump.
So we see some heightened reactions in the national news. What are you seeing on the streets? You live there. What are people saying? How do they feel about this?
So I guess I'd say 2 things. First of all, I don't think anybody has a lot of confidence that this will change the underlying dynamics of crime in D.C. The things that cause crime to happen, drug abuse, poverty, people out of school, homicides not getting solved. You're not going to change those long-term things with a few hundred National Guardsmen for 30 days or whatever it is. I think what the mayor has said in D.C. is that she's glad to have more law enforcement resources. She would not turn that down. But the main thing people should know is just that there's not like D.C. is not like Detroit in the 80s or like the Detroit in RoboCop or something where there's just crime everywhere. It's the main problem D.C. has is that a lot of people work from home now. So the streets are sort of just deserted. It's a quiet place, the opposite of, a place where there's like crime and disorder in the streets.
David, we appreciate your time. Thank you. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast today, we're starting off with morning clouds, but highs will be warmer. We'll warm up to the mid to upper 70s. Right now, it's about 59 in downtown Seattle. And coming up next, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Ah, summer in the Puget Sound region. Hanging at the beach. A nice coffee on a long walk with the pooch. And so much time sitting in traffic every weekend, literally going nowhere.
We've all felt it. Big construction projects are underway across the region, and I can help you get around the big delays.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru. Get all of Sully's choke points at mynorthwest.com and the KIRO Newsradio App. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
It's summer, and there's no better time to protect your home with the help of the pros at Integrity Roofing and Construction. With years of experience in roofing and restoration, their skilled team delivers exceptional craftsmanship, whether it's a simple roof repair or a full renovation. Integrity offers free estimates, and their customer satisfaction speaks for itself. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-202-ROOF or visit integrityrc.com. That's 206-202-ROOF or integrityrc.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nia Hergeris with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. As parents, we want our children to grow up healthy and strong. That means helping teens take responsibility for their health as they become young adults. One way to do that is to make sure they have one-on-one time with their pediatrician. That helps them become comfortable talking about any health issue with their doctors and with you. So make sure to give your teen a voice. It's good for their health. For more on teen health, visit healthychildren.org.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park this Friday, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time! Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him! He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day this Sunday and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone! Julio for the second time!
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. If you own firearms, it's your responsibility to make sure they're always stored safely. Hiding them in a closet or drawer is not enough. Kids know where they are. Research shows the risk of injury and death is lower if guns are stored unloaded and locked up, with the ammunition locked in a separate place. This is important when children are young, as well as when they grow into teenagers. For more, talk with your pediatrician or visit healthychildren.org.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value, and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today, and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. Celebrate with payments as low as $125 a month. A beautiful bath installed in one day, no mess, and a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn. We begin with Hurricane Erin, a Category 2 storm threatening the East Coast. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is in North Carolina's Outer Banks.
They are prepping as if this is making a direct landfall. That's just what they do. They've had heavy equipment out trying to shore up some of the dunes along Highway 12 because they know that this water at some point, it's already doing it, will cut through some of these dunes and overtop some of those roadways.
The Jersey Shore could be impacted as well. That's where reporter Christina Fan is.
There are red flags along the beaches here. They are also present in the city and on Long Island. Today, the Jersey Shore could see waves of up to 9 feet, and tomorrow they could be as high as 13 feet.
Texas Republicans are expected to approve the state's new congressional maps today.
The only item on the Texas House call, House Bill 4. The congressional maps President Trump asked Texas Governor Greg Abbott to pass in order to flip as many as 5 seats to the Republicans. State Rep Todd Hunter filed the bill.
The intent of the changes was to increase Republican political performance.
Texas House Democrats hope they can win their fight in the courts, arguing the maps are racially gerrymandered and illegal. State Rep Ann Johnson.
This is about everybody maintaining their voice, their right to vote nationwide, and not rig the next election to benefit Trump.
Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
The Trump administration is taking steps to further deter illegal immigration. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the entire wall along the U.S.-Mexico border is going to be painted black.
In the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to climb.
She said President Trump was the one who came up with the idea. Peace talks between Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky could take place in Hungary. CBS News has confirmed Budapest is among the cities being considered for the historic meeting. Meanwhile, some Republican lawmakers are speaking out about Putin. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis told the Takeout's Major Garrett.
I would not even want to be in the same state as Vladimir Putin. That's how much of a thug and a murderer I think he is. But, you know, the president's got to deal with unseemly people. So I'm going to give the president some leeway as long as we don't all of a sudden become so arrogant as to think that we should dictate the terms of peace for a sovereign nation.
Beverly Hills is no longer the most expensive neighborhood in America. Gables Estates in Coral Gables, Florida has now taken that top spot. According to Zillow's Home Value Index, the mansions in the exclusive waterfront community often exceed $21 million. 7 of the 10 priciest neighborhoods this year are located in the Sunshine State. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
KIRO News Radio. Traffic alert.
Well, let's get right to it. Sully, what's happening?
Yeah, we got a rough go coming down through the Bothell area. Southbound 405 is basically closed at this point. Right there at 527, you're only getting by on the far right shoulder for a pretty significant car fire. It wasn't doing too much damage, and the fire trucks all showed up, and basically all the lanes on the left-hand side are blocked at this point, and we're backing up all the way to Linwood. To get through this right now, it's a 15-minute delay, but that is growing, and depending on how long this sticks around, if there are any injuries or things like that, this could have a significant impact for the rest of the morning. Right now, it's 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, only 35 from Everett to Seattle. The rest of the map, about normal. We've got about a 40-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. Valley Freeway, 40 minutes from end to end. Renton to Bellevue's under 20. Olympia to Tacoma's at 35. A reminder that the White River Bridge remains closed there in Buckley, SR 410. Another day of trying to figure out what to do with the damage from that semi-strike. And River Road right now is closed in the southbound direction between Puyallup and I-5, right near 44th. This traffic report is brought to you by KIRO Newsradio. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. Manda is off today. I'm Charlie Harger. Amid rising tensions and growing public concern, a religious concert originally planned for Cal Anderson Park in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood is now being relocated to Gasworks Park. The decision comes in the shadow of a similar event last year that erupted in violence and multiple arrests. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with what's next.
Yeah, Charlie, the new concert is scheduled for August 30th, 10 days from now. City Hall says it's linked to that concert and prayer rally back in May at Cal Anderson that turned violent between participants and counter-protesters, and at least 30 people were arrested. This is what happened back then in Cal Anderson. And you'll remember that clash then became political. Seattle's Police Guild asked why city leaders granted a permit in the first place in the middle of what they call the heart of Antifa land. And the FBI called for an investigation into targeted violence against a religious group. And all of that then prompted another religious rally outside City Hall just days later.
Trans rights are under attack. What do we do? Stand up right now.
Where counter-protesters showed up while local pastor Russell Johnson called out Mayor Bruce Harrell on the Jason Ranch Show on Seattle Red 770 AM.
The mayor is full of crap. People have had enough and are willing to call him on his intellectual dishonesty and his bold-faced lies.
There were 8 more arrests at that rally. So a lot of stuff going on with these two groups, counter-protesters and this religious group. For this latest concert, organizers originally wanted to go back to Cal Anderson Park, but last week, Capitol Hill Pride filed a complaint alleging the city ignored the first time around the high risk of violence. And then the city talked with organizers, and they all agreed because of Cal Anderson's cultural significance, that neighborhood as well, to the LGBTQ community. Organizers agreed to relocate to Gasworks Park. The mayor has now said in a joint statement with a council member, Joy Hollingsworth, everyone has a First Amendment right to make their voices heard. They're going to have that rally in 10 days from now, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, keep us updated, Luke. Governor Bob Ferguson is making it clear the state of Washington will not be intimidated by threats from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to send federal troops to Washington state if the state doesn't comply with federal immigration enforcement efforts.
Governor Ferguson held a news conference to publicly respond to Pam Bondi after he received a letter from the DOJ demanding Washington change its laws and policies protecting immigrants and limiting law enforcement's ability to use state resources to help in federal immigration enforcement. Bondi didn't directly mention the Keep Washington Working law, but Governor Ferguson says,
"We're not backing down. We're not compromising. We're not going to be bullied. We're not going to be intimidated."
Ferguson says the letter also includes threats of prosecution. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Our state's top election official pushing back on President Trump's announcement to get rid of vote-by-mail elections.
We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud.
President Trump says he'll sign an executive order to do just that before the 2026 midterms. Secretary of State Steve Hobbs now says the president's plan is unconstitutional and a threat to voters' rights. He says only Congress and state legislatures can set election results. In a statement released yesterday, Hobbs says we will continue to run secure, transparent, and accessible elections. Voters deserve nothing less.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. We made it to Wednesday. It's August 20th now. I'm Charlie Harger, and Manda has the day off. She will be back on Friday. But we have Sully here in the studio. Good morning, Sully.
Morning, Charlie.
It was a tough night for baseball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I was watching not only the Mariners. It was a tough one, right, David? Tough stretch here.
It's funny with that one because a couple of balls go a few feet further, and it could have been a very different game for them. But, unfortunately, a loss.
And then our boys in the Little League World Series. I watched that game. Bonnie Lake Sumner, listen, they won a game in the international tournament. That was fantastic. Yesterday, it was a rough go for them, but they can keep their heads held high. They lost 9-0. But it was a fun run for those guys, and we're really proud of you kids in Bonnie Lake and Sumner. All right, this is Seattle's Morning News, and we are sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. Coming up on this hour of the show, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland will break down the latest discussions happening between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine, plus CBS's Scott McFarland with an update on the federal takeover in Washington, D.C. The Bear Gulch fire has been burning in Olympic National Park since July 6, and KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has an update.
That fire is now 7% contained. The human-caused fire started, as we mentioned, in early June. It's burned over 8,300 acres around the Lake Cushman area since then.
More Fred Meyer stores are closing, this time in King County. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibau with details.
The list of Fred Meyer closures is growing, with the Redmond and Lake City stores most recently added on Tuesday. They joined the Everett and Kent locations, with all 4 set to be gone by mid-October.
It's super close, it's always super busy, so that's surprising that it's closing.
There's not really like other grocery stores nearby. This is very convenient for us. We go there like once a day basically to get groceries.
This Lake City location has been a staple for shoppers in this neighborhood for years, and they're sad to see it go.
A total of 5 Fred Meyer stores and 1 QFC are now closing. It'll be the subject of my commentary at 7:35. Sound Transit just released its annual safety and security report. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha reports light rail tops the list for crime.
Sound Transit Safety Report says in each quarter of 2024, there were more than 100 incidents where someone became a target for crime while using the Link light rail. When it comes to crime, the agency says many are crimes of opportunity, targeting people passing through Sound Transit facilities. Sound Transit points out that assaults on transit workers have been rising, not just here, but nationwide. On Link alone, there were more than 180 assaults on transit workers in 2024, according to the report.
It was only last month former Governor Jay Inslee was celebrating a newly converted hybrid electric ferry.
We're leading the world in a decarbonized maritime fleet, starting right here with the Wenatchee.
And now, the Wenatchee is out of service. A mechanical failure caused the boat to lose power, and a ferry spokesperson tells the Seattle Times they're working to figure out what happened. The boat serves the Seattle-Bainbridge Island route. The overall sailing schedule not affected, according to ferry officials. A recently retired King County detective who was shot in the line of duty in 2023 has died in a boating accident. David Easterly jumped from a boat on Montana's Flathead Lake Saturday afternoon, and he never resurfaced. His body was recovered Monday. Easterly was shot while serving an eviction notice in Ballard. This was in 2023. He survived those 2 gunshots. They bypassed his protective vest. He spent months recovering at Harborview. Doctors had called his recovery remarkable. He was 67 and lived in Mill Creek. The Mariners' Victor Robles just learned his punishment for this.
He picks up the bat and throws it at Estes. He's been tossed. He is yelling at Joey Estes.
He's received a 10-game suspension for hurling his bat during a rehab assignment in AAA baseball. He has apologized, says he was frustrated after being hit multiple times in the series, and says it's been difficult as well because he's dealing with his mother's recent death. The Seattle Times reports Robles is appealing the suspension. All right, let's get a check on weather. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors, and we're expecting a high of 75 today, mostly sunny. Tomorrow, sunny and 77, 85 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So a nice stretch in front of us. Right now in Seattle, it is cloudy and 59. 6:13, we head over to Sully, and last we spoke, we had a big problem on 405.
Yeah, huge problem. Do not get on southbound 405 right now out of Luddenwood and start heading down that side of the lake. Basically, the freeway's closed at 527 for this crash that involved a pretty significant car fire. Only the far right shoulder is getting by the scene of this right now. It's at least an hour from Everett to Bellevue already, 25 to 30 minutes behind schedule when you compare that to the 35 minutes we're getting on I-5 southbound. So if you can avoid that, you're going to save yourself a giant headache. The express toll lanes, they won't help you in any shape or form. Everyone's stuck behind this. Coming the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle's running about 40 minutes. Auburn to Renton's running about 20, so not too bad up the Valley Freeway. Renton to Bellevue's only 20. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive is running 35 minutes. A reminder that SR 410 White River Bridge is closed, and got a little bit more information. Looks like this is going to be a long-term closure of River Road down between Puyallup and I-5. This is a semi and a pedestrian crash that they are investigating. At last check, all lanes of River Road are blocked there right near 44th. So I'll be keeping a very close eye on that as well. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
6:14 now, and Katrina Gashard joins us. It sounds like Coldplay's frontman is defending the use of cameras at concerts.
Well, if you remember, Charlie, last month when Coldplay focused a camera at a crowd in Massachusetts,
Who
the
could
result
forget?
went viral. Let's listen to this.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
So this led to the CEO and HR chief at a tech company resigning. Coldplay,
Because they were having an affair.
They were having an affair. So there's that. So Chris Martin described it as a debacle this week at another concert in New England, but he said the band will keep using cameras at concerts. He says, don't call it a kiss cam. He wants to call it a jumbotron, and he just wants to say hi to people who are coming to enjoy the concert. And he says, when life throws you lemons, you got to make lemonade. So
Yeah, you do. And you're in public. If you're in public, you should assume there's a camera on you at all times. You know, that's just the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So now I think people will be making other decisions.
Okay. Well, Katrina, thank you. And by the way, you're on camera now on YouTube Live. So,
all right.
So no funny business, okay?
No funny business.
All right. Thanks.
Got it.
It's 6:15.
This is the city's longest running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
Truck driver with ties to Washington is accused in a deadly Florida crash. Authorities say 28-year-old Harger Singh made an illegal U-turn, killing 3 people. You've seen this video all over social media. He's charged with vehicular homicide and is in the United States illegally. Federal officials say Washington State broke rules by giving him a full commercial driver's license. They also say he failed an English language proficiency assessment after the crash. Truck driver Grant Maxey spoke with CBS Miami.
There's a lot more people that are holding CDLs that cannot speak or read English, and it's causing major problems.
We've reached out to the State Department of Licensing for comment. More details are emerging as to what part the United States will play in the war between Russia and Ukraine, as President Trump has met with both Russian President Vladimir Putin and now Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Discussions are currently happening between U.S. and NATO officials as to what security guarantees will be given to Ukraine as the negotiations over peace continue. Let's break it down with CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Good morning, Jeff. Let's start with this. The president had been toying around with the idea of having U.S. troops in Ukraine as sort of peacemakers. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen?
No, it's not going to happen, Charlie. What seems to be going to happen is the president is considering the use of air power. But again, that's still pretty unclear exactly what that means. Does that mean close air support? Does that mean a no-fly zone? Does that mean B-2 bombers? What are you going to do with that? Where are they going to be based out of? I would doubt they would be based out of bases in Ukraine, but based elsewhere that they could do, overflight patrols over Ukraine. Are we going to provide intelligence support, which would be critical, logistics, signal, communications? But, I think we're getting our cart in front of the horse here in terms of talking about a peacekeeping force in which you don't know the mission of that force. Is that mission there to be a peacekeeping force, a thin window pane that if cracked tells you that a crisis is unfolding? or is this to be a robust force that could actually resist an invasion by the Russians? That's a fundamental military question, has to be answered up front. And number two, it seems to me it's very unclear exactly where we're going with this, except for having more meetings. I mean, there's a possibility of a meeting between Zelensky and Putin. Trump seems to believe that's going to happen. Russians seem to be pushing back. And then a trilateral meeting. But how do we clarify what the Russian position is, not only on things like territory and security guarantees, but the Russians have talked about a reduction in Ukrainian forces to 85,000, no military aid, a new government, and many of those things being commitments they want up front prior to a final negotiation being settled.
European leaders at the White House on Monday, they talked about NATO, they talked about Article 5. On a very high level, can you explain what Article 5 is, Jeff, and why that might be important if we have European troops on the ground in Ukraine?
Well, Article 5, and coincidentally, Charlie, because of the anathema, if I got it right here in front of me, and it basically says, I mean, I'm quoting now, if an armed attack occurs against one or more of them in Europe, should be considered an attack against all. And that's the sentence that everybody reads, okay? But if you read on in that particular paragraph, it talks about the fact that they will take such action as each country deems necessary to include the use of armed forces. Well, I had a German diplomat way back when say to me, we can fulfill all our Article 5 requirements by sending you a postcard saying how terribly sorry we are to hear what happened to you. So this whole idea that this Article 5 is a magic thing that's going to fix all the problems, I think, needs to be clarified in exactly what we mean. And furthermore, how is it going to be enforced, back to that military force, and under what particular flag? Certainly it's not going to be a NATO flag. It can't be a NATO operation because the Russians are certainly going to resist that. We talk about a coalition of the willing, which will be largely NATO members, but not under NATO command and control. But will the Russians accept that? So far, at least, they have seen to push back on that as well.
Is there still a possibility of a meeting between Zelensky and Putin at this point?
Well, there is always. I think the Russians are trying to walk a fine line because what they've got now, this was they were being threatened with more sanctions, more economic problems, secondary tariffs on countries that purchase oil from them. When Mr. Trump arrived in Alaska, when he left that, all those severe consequences had gone away. And now all we're talking about is having a meeting. And so the Russians say, oh, yeah, we're sure to have a meeting, but, it's got to be properly prepared, and there's certain things got to be provided in advance. We're talking about the Ukrainians changing laws that they think are opposed to people in Ukraine who want to speak Russian. So they want compromises and concessions made just to have a meeting, And so it seems to me that they're kind of trying to string this along as they can, avoid any adverse effects, and continue the conflict, which they think does a number of things for them. One, they're gaining ground in Ukraine. And number two, I think they're seeing more and more, hopefully, that this particular issue, Ukraine, is driving a wedge between the United States and its European allies.
Well, let's say that Russia gets that area of Ukraine, Crimea. If they get that, you have mentioned before, the Russians want to basically reestablish the Russian Empire, Putin specifically. What can you see happening after that? What's in his sights?
Well, Crimea is one thing, and it became part of Ukraine in 1956. It had a very large Russian population. There's no doubt about that, and that was acquired by the Russians in 2014, of course. So that's going to maintain as Russian territory more than likely. When we're talking about more as this territory in the so-called Donbass region, these four provinces, and in particular the province of Donetsk, because what the Russians are saying is Ukrainians not only have to acknowledge that we de facto, occupy about 75% of that province, they've got to pull back and give us the other 25%. They've got to cede that to us as well. Well, obviously, that's very difficult for the Ukrainians to swallow, actually ceding that territory, number one, and having their troops retreat, number two, and giving up territory which is occupied by Ukrainians. Oh, by the way, we talk about land, we skip over the people. There are about 300,000 people in that area, and they're going to likely all flee the area if they see the Russians are going to take it over. But more importantly, on the military side for the Ukrainians, this really is part of a defensive belt, which they link a number of cities through that particular region, places like Kramatorsk, which are critical to the defense. So if they compromise that defensive barrier, which they've spent years and a lot of expense constructing, well, then the Russians now occupy a much more auspicious military position to begin another offensive sometime in the future, Since the Russians have violated every agreement going back to the end of the Soviet Union, that's the expectation that they'll take a pause, refit their forces, and do it again.
What a mess. All right. Jeff McCausland, always good talking to you. Have a lovely day. We will check in with you as this continues to develop. 6:23 now. That means we need to get over to traffic every 10 minutes on the threes with Sully.
Do not get on 405 southbound right now in Linwood. Don't. Just don't. You're not going to move for about 35 minutes. You're just going to sit there. Basically, the freeway is closed at 527. Only the far right lane is open. The far right shoulder, excuse me. And we are backed up all the way, 4 miles. What we have is a crash turned into a car fire. Big response there, basically blocking the entire freeway. WashDOT says it's about an hour and 15 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. Again, that's probably a guesstimate because everyone is just sitting there. If you want to go to I-5, it's wide open. Get there while the getting's good, and then catch a bridge over, because it's under 40 minutes to go from Everett to Seattle. That's the delay alone, just getting down to Canyon Park. So you've got options. That would be mine if I was up there making my choice around Mill Creek. The rest of the map, about average. The S-curves are starting to heat up a little bit through the Renton area. Give yourself 20 minutes to make the drive there. Valley Freeway's about 45 minutes from end to end. Really not too bad there. Federal Way to Seattle, about 45. There are also some brake lights up the hill, for the Fife Hill to 18. Still waiting to get a little bit more information on what's happening on River Road, but it looks like both directions of the highway are blocked around 44th with a detour in place. This is for a semi and pedestrian collision, trying to get more information, as I said. But again, if you use that to avoid, going over to I-5 from Puyallup, it's going to be very difficult. If you have a go-to option to get around, do it. And this one just in, a crash, not sure which lane, right at the Kitsap Mall on northbound 3, backing up pretty significantly getting into Silverdale. This traffic report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save 50 to 75%, combining tax credits, rebates, incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance, homecomfortalliance.com.
Busy morning for Sully. We will keep you updated every 10 minutes. Weather looks beautiful the next several days. 75 are a high today, a little warmer on Thursday, sunny, and 85 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds and 59. Coming up, Luke Ducey stops by. We have a memorial for a beloved Seattle dog walker happening tonight. He'll have details here on Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer the exclusive K-Guard gutter system. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. Call today or visit us online at guardianroofing.com.
This week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, Grammy nominated.
History lives in every throw. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/ProShop.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Saturday, August 23rd, enjoy the 30th birthday bash for University Place at Cirque Park, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Bands all day, over 50 vendors, beer garden, and family zone. Don't miss it August 23rd. Special thanks to Honest Home Solutions.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good Wednesday morning. It's 6:31. I'm Charlie Harger. Tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of the death of a beloved grandmother and dog walker in Seattle. 80-year-old Ruth Dalton and her dog Prince were killed in Madison Park. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey spoke with her friends who will celebrate Dalton's life with a new memorial. Luke?
Yeah, Charlie, it was 1 year ago that Ruth Dalton was in her car. A lot of you will remember this story. Prosecutors say a man forced her then out of the car. Police say he killed Ruth. Then later, police found the body of Ruth's little dog, Prince. Well, tomorrow, the city will install a plaque in memory of Ruth and Prince near a bench overlooking the Madison Park beach where she loved to walk. This is how organizer Gina Purdy wants people to remember Ruth.
I just want people to remember that she was bigger than life, and she always made people's day because she was that person that would walk down Madison by all the little vendors with her little doggy children and say hi to everybody and have a smile for everyone.
The suspect, Jamet Hayes, should be facing murder and animal cruelty charges, but he's not. Instead, he's been deemed unfit to stand trial after a court-ordered mental evaluation. Purdy and others tell me, while they understand, they also want justice, and they're calling on the city to do something.
We're fed up with this, and we don't want to live this way anymore. We shouldn't live in a city and in our homes and be frightful. That's just not how it's supposed to be.
So the public is welcome to attend tomorrow's memorial. It's at Madison Park Beach at 5:30 in the afternoon on the south side of the bathhouse there. You know, Charlie, Ruth was a grandmother. And in her older age, she loved taking the neighborhood dogs on walks. I mean, that's what she did. That's what most people, how they knew her. And they would look out their window and see Ruth, and they'd wave. And, you know, police found 2 dogs inside her car that day a year ago. She was fighting off that attacker to try to save those dogs. And anyways, memorial tomorrow. I think a lot of people will attend.
Yeah, thank you for that update, Luke. It's 6:33 now. Governor Bob Ferguson responds to what he calls a shameful letter from the U.S. Attorney General.
Washington State will not be bullied or intimidated by threats
and legally baseless accusations.
The letter from AG Pam Bondi labels Washington state a sanctuary jurisdiction. On Fox News, she threatened to limit federal funding if the state does not comply with ICE, and
we are going to send in law enforcement just like we did during the LA riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C.
Ferguson says he's prepared to take on the Trump administration in court. Pierce County prosecutors want former Seattle Supersonics star Sean Kemp to serve 9 months in jail. Kemp pleaded guilty to second-degree assault after shooting at a stolen car in 2023. He had tracked a stolen phone to Tacoma Mall and fired 3 shots at the suspects. According to police body cam video from that day obtained by KIRO 7, Kemp told officers he fired in self-defense.
I certainly wasn't trying to hurt anybody. I just wasn't like the
No one was hurt. Prosecutors say Kemp tossed a gun into some bushes, didn't tell police he fired until they asked. That's why they say they're asking for the maximum sentence. Kemp's lawyers can still argue for less or even no jail time. He'll be sentenced Friday. Time to check traffic. We check it for you every 10 minutes on the 3s. And Sully, it is, last we heard, 405 was a mess.
Yeah, 405 had basically been closed in the southbound direction at 527. Over the last 10 minutes, all the lanes have reopened. They've moved everything off to the the left-hand shoulder, which is great. The problem is we have a 30-minute delay behind that. You are bumper to bumper for 4 miles all the way back to Linwood, and we have hit the $15 max now all the way. So it's at least an hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue. You compare that to the Everett to Seattle drive of under 45 minutes, and you can see it is a vast difference. The rest of the map is about what you would expect. 45 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Auburn to Renton's running around 25, 45 out of Puyallup. Renton to Bellevue, though, running under half an hour, which is great. Still have River Road closed in both directions for a car versus a pedestrian crash. There is a detour in place, but both directions are closed between Puyallup and I-5. And we have the left lane blocked on northbound 3 at the Kitsap Mall there as you try to make your way up and around. So it's pretty slow getting up that side of the water. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, get fresh video content daily.
Nice stretch of weather in front of us. We expect to have mostly sunny skies today, 75 for the high. Nick Allard has upgraded it to 77 for a high Thursday, 85, 86 Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Nice warm weekend in front of us. Right now we have some clouds to burn off. It's 59 in Seattle. The opening bell report, yet another round of Fred Meyer closures. Kroger says it's closing 2 more grocery stores in Seattle's Lake City neighborhood and Redmond. More from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
2 others were set to close in October in Kent and Everett, and that was on top of another one closing in September in Tacoma. So roughly 1,000 people working at all of those stores.
That's a total of 5 stores. Fred Meyer says this offering affected employees' jobs at other locations. Kroger blames crime and rising costs for the closures. This will be the subject of my commentary an hour from now. Alaska Airlines is launching a new premium credit card and loyalty program. Alaska says the new card costs $395 a year and offers lounge passes, early boarding, and free checked bags. It also includes a global companion fare, even for first class and international travel. Big upgrade from Alaska's current Visa Signature card, which costs $95, offers a domestic companion fare. Seattle Times says both cards now fall under Alaska's new Atmos Rewards program. Alaska says it's designed for travelers who want more flexibility and global perks. S&P Global Ratings has reaffirmed its credit rating for the U.S.
S&P is keeping the rating at AA+, saying the revenue raised by President Trump's tariffs will help offset the tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The government collected $30 billion from tariffs in July, a 242% jump from a year earlier. In May, another rating service, Moody's, downgraded the U.S.'s rating from AAA to AA+, citing the nation's growing debt and the uncertainty sparked by Trump's trade policies. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Your home projects could get more expensive. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
Home Depot says it may raise some prices in order to offset the cost of the Trump administration's tariffs. While the nation's largest home improvement chain already originally said it wouldn't be adjusting prices, executives told the Wall Street Journal certain items would have to see modifications in response to the import taxes.
Google will pay $30 million to settle a lawsuit claiming it used YouTube to collect children's information without parental consent. Here's First Amendment attorney Doug Merrill.
Apparently, content providers, including companies like Hasbro and Mattel, Cartoon Network, sort of unwittingly were being used as vehicles for obtaining data that Google then used in violation of those laws.
Google denies the allegations. Well, a big new lottery is in front of us. Here's CBS correspondent Jesse Mitchell.
The Powerball jackpot has grown to more than $640 million, its highest amount of the year so far. Players can take a shot at winning the prize in tonight's drawing for the price of a $2 ticket. The estimated cash value of the jackpot is more than $290 million.
Not bad money. For me, though, that's basically burning $5. Can't stand the idea of it.
Yeah, well, it's for the kids. I mean, if you think about it, that's a mid-range power forward, right? I mean, the amount of money you would get. What is that, 200 some odd million?
Yeah, okay. Well, you could be a power forward, Sully.
Well, I could be a power something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm tall enough to be a forward. I'm not even sure I could qualify as a ball boy.
What's coming up in traffic, buddy?
Well, we're going to take a look at the big-time problems we're dealing with coming out of Linwood on 405. And unfortunately, this is a fatal crash we're dealing with now on River Road. We'll break it all down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
Get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app. Unlock exclusive deals and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR and the letter U.
Hey, summer's heating up around Western Washington, and so is the schedule at Valentine Roofing. If you've been putting off any home exterior project, now is the time to act before the fall, wind, and rain expose a real problem. Get your roof, siding, or gutter project locked in before Labor Day to secure priority scheduling on select projects. Valentine Priority Scheduling means that they'll begin the work on your home within just 3 weeks of signing your agreement. And they'll coordinate with your schedule, so it's super convenient. Hey, it's Jake Skorheim here. When I needed work done on my roof, there was only one company I was going to call, Valentine Roofing. They were able to address the issue, fix it correctly, and even did a roof cleaning to extend the life of my roof, which now looks brand new. The communication was seamless, and so was scheduling the appointment. I needed it done fast, and they went the extra mile to make it happen. So whether it's your roof, siding, or gutters that need attention, call Valentine Roofing to get on their summer priority schedule. Spots are limited, so call 206 Roofing today to get all the details and schedule your free estimate.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
This is Ray. His passion is weightlifting.
In the past, I have competed in some natural bodybuilding competitions.
And then one day, his body said, no.
I was working out and I just felt this pop. It was followed with this extreme pain. I saw a doctor about it. I had an MRI and they said that you'll be able to live with it.
But Ray wasn't about to live with it. He went to Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I couldn't have imagined that it was going to heal that rapidly. Really, it's just the peace of mind is the greatest portion of it. I don't have to think that. I just have to be careful at everything I do or else I might re-injure myself.
Would you recommend this to other people?
Absolutely. And I already have. I have been just a huge advocate for it now.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee that's stopping you from pulling your own weight, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation. at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's 6:43. Time to check traffic every 10 minutes on the threes. Here's Sully.
And we continue to work with about a 30-minute delay on southbound 405. All the result of a pretty long-term crash southbound right at 527. All the lanes have reopened. The remnants of the crash and a state trooper there on the left-hand shoulder. But we're bumper to bumper all the way from Linwood. Give yourself about an hour and 20 to make the drive from Everett to Bellevue. An hour of that just from Linwood. Once you get through that, it's a pretty good drive the rest of the way. You compare that to the 45 minutes you're getting from Everett to Seattle, and you still have an opportunity if you want to try to bail and maybe pick up some time on I-5 and then work your way across one of the lake bridges. That's always a possibility. Just continue to get a little bit more information this morning. Unfortunately, this is a fatal crash investigation now on River Road. A little bit more information from the State Patrol. A pickup was driving northbound, so towards Puyallup, and hit this person who was in the road. No impairment expected. The driver's there helping with State Patrol, but either way, this is a very long-term closure. Both directions of River Road are closed. There's a pretty a detour right around it using 44th and 50th. It's not too bad of a detour, so just remember, this. Someone's having a rough day. A family's going to have a really rough day today, too. So could use your patience and grace. Looking at northbound I-5, we have brake lights in the usual places. 50 minutes to go from Federal Way to Seattle. Puyallup to Renton running around 45, so pretty average there. Renton to Bellevue's not bad at under 30 minutes. Big backup, though, getting from Bremerton up through Silverdale. Left lane remains blocked near the Kitsap Mall on SR3, so plan on about a 15-minute delay there. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, we start off with clouds this afternoon. We will be mostly sunny, a high of 75, 77 tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, highs in the mid-80s. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 59. Move over, supermodels, a pair of dogs just stole the spotlight. Here's KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gachari.
Pop star Sabrina Carpenter's dogs are officially cover models.
Oh, I leave quite an impression.
Well, it's the dogs that are leaving an impression right now. Her dogs, Goodwin and Louie, are the latest dogs, or latest stars, rather, of Dogue. It's Vogue magazine's dog-centric edition. The furry duo pose in a white mini Mercedes-Benz rocking custom curve shifts ordered by Sabrina's mom. The singer joked that their egos have substantially grown and they can't go on walks without getting stopped anymore. The feature comes just ahead of her new album, Man's Best Friend, dropping August 28th.
Man's Best Friend. I get it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. 6:46 now. Coming up, CBS Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland on the latest arrest numbers in Washington, D.C., now just over a week after federal agents began cracking down on crime there.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our leak armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and the strike three called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here for the stretch run at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners are back in town starting this Friday for a 6-game homestand against the A's and Padres. Plus, don't miss marquee interleague matchups against the Cardinals September 8th to 10th and the Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Wellness. How do you practice it easily every day? At Olympic Hot Tub, we have more ways to achieve total wellness at home than ever before. Immerse yourself and let jets melt stress away in a saltwater hot spring spa. Swim in the privacy of your own backyard in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to cozy warmth and detox in an amazing Tilo sauna. Then awaken your mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah. in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Better you, better life.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
KIRO Newsradio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO Newsradio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio. Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
The White House is saying there have been more than 450 arrests made in Washington, D.C. since the Trump administration began its crusade against crime earlier this month. This as National Guard troops from several GOP-led states are pouring into D.C. We head to the nation's capital and we turn to CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland. Good morning, Scott. Let's just talk about what's happening right now. What are you seeing on the streets of D.C.?
More National Guard troops are arriving by the hundreds as this day begins. It's going to be nearly 2,000 total National Guard troops deployed to the streets and the neighborhoods of Washington, D.C. by the end of this week. That's roughly 2/3 the size of the Washington, D.C. Police Department, which is no small agency. At this point, these National Guard troops are largely in high visibility areas near the national monuments on the National Mall, near Washington, D.C.'s major train station, D.C. Union Station. You do not see them in neighborhoods, in communities, including in high crime neighborhoods and communities. And there's a question as to what role they're supposed to play, just to be here and be seen or to actually affect arrests. As of now, they're not carrying firearms and they are not making arrests for now.
So I want to underline that you are not seeing them deployed to high crime areas. This is more like you're at near the White House or the Washington Monument, stuff like that.
Exactly like that. And some of the subway systems, but the high profile subway stops near the Smithsonian, near the White House, near the Capitol Hill complex. That being said, federal agents who've been moved towards this initiative are being seen on streets, especially in high-octane entertainment nightclub areas where they're quite visible, and they are making arrests. But those arrest numbers being touted by the White House, they're as clear as mud. It's unclear, how much of that is because of the federal initiative, how much of that is just the daily work of the D.C. Police Department doing their basic blocking and tackling. There's no indication any of this is a dramatic departure from the normal number of arrests, normal amount of law enforcement.
Here in our state of Washington, a lot of talk about what it would look like if federal troops from the National Guard and what have you, if they were deployed to Washington State. After all, our state has said it is not going to comply with AG Bondi's demand that we stop being a sanctuary state. What are you hearing about that, and what might that look like?
And the difference here is that Washington, D.C. is not a city. It is not a state. It's a federal district where the president has this unique capacity to call up the National Guard by himself and to federalize the city police department. He could do that here. He can't replicate that in other communities, even though they are speaking provocatively of bringing this to other cities that they deem to be sanctuary cities, but just doesn't seem to have the legal mechanism to do anywhere else what he's doing here.
And what are you seeing personally as you walk down the streets? Is the vibe that it is safer in Washington, D.C., or what's it like?
Washington, D.C. leaders are arguing it was safer before this initiative began, that they were down 26% in violent crime from last year and that they were making progress. The mayor here has been in the middle of this. She says she does welcome added law enforcement. If the feds want to provide extra police, she'll take it and she'll make the use of those federal agents or federal police agents on the streets as schools reopen here Monday. But she's not for the troops. And the troops right now don't seem to have a clear pursuit or a clear responsibility. Let's see if that changes as the week goes on.
Scott McFarland, CBS News. Scott, thanks for your clarity this morning.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, what is the most expensive neighborhood in America? CBS's Stacy Lynn reports.
It's no longer Beverly Hills. Gables Estates, a small gated community in Coral Gables, Florida, has now taken the top spot. According to Zillow's Home Value Index, the mansions in the exclusive waterfront community often exceed $21 million, and you have to pay $100,000 just for the application fee. 7 of the 10 priciest neighborhoods this year are located in the Sunshine State, while the remaining 3 are in California. Stacy Lynn, CBS News.
6:53 now. Chris Sullivan has traffic on the 3.
And here I thought it was going to be unincorporated Snohomish County. It's getting there.
Feels like it.
Yeah, it does. Still working with a pretty heavy drive coming out of the Snohomish County area right there at Linwood. What we had is a long-term crash that's still kind of sitting over on the left-hand shoulder, southbound 405 at Canyon Park, right there at 527. For the better part of the last hour, we had the freeway closed, basically there. And so the backup has extended all the way up and onto I-5, actually. So it's an hour and 5 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, but 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle. So we've actually picked up the pace a little bit. The backup's probably only about 15 to 18 minutes. So I'm hoping that will thin out. Looking at the drive around the rest of the map, pretty average for a Wednesday. Some brake lights up the hill towards Highway 18 out of Tacoma. And then Federal Way to Seattle is running under 50 minutes. That's actually really not too bad. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. Valley Freeway is 45 minutes, so that's pretty good. Down in the Puyallup area, though, we do have a sad story to tell you about. We've got a fatal crash investigation going on. A car versus a pedestrian crash has closed River Road between Puyallup and I-5. There is a pretty short detour around it using 44th Street East and 50th Ave East. You can get it around it pretty good. However, that's put a lot of people on Pioneer Way who have tried to avoid it. So it's going to be pretty slow going on that particular direction. If you want to take 512 and go around all the way, you might actually be faster at this point in the morning. And also, we're still working with this crash right by the Kitsap Mall on northbound Highway 3. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
The Seahawks regular season is approaching. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Hawks game on September 7th. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, simply text the word APP app to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. Northwest News.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on Earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, your decking headquarters since 1907.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Thinking of a Kia EV? Act fast. Thousands in tax credits end September 30th. Visit KiaofEverett.com for our huge selection. Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Stacey Lynn. There's a massive storm heading up the eastern seaboard.
Even though Hurricane Erin is expected to remain well off the east coast, mandatory evacuation orders are in place for some of North Carolina's barrier islands. Joe Duva and his family have decided to ride out the storm at a vacation rental in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina.
We're all hoping and praying for the best.
We decided to keep our vacation and keep it going.
Erin is generating rough surf and bringing the threat of rip currents from Florida all the way to the Maine-Canada border. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Texas state lawmakers are expected to vote today on a controversial plan to redraw congressional districts. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in Austin.
President Trump has pushed for the redistricting to help build a more favorable political landscape in next year's midterms. Republicans are expected to approve the new maps, while Democrats here say they're going to challenge this in court.
The new map would take 5 seats that are currently held by Democrats and turn them into Republican-leaning districts. A historic meeting could happen soon between the Russian and Ukrainian presidents, but some Republican lawmakers are expressing concern about how President Trump's been dealing with Vladimir Putin. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis says,
he is tapping us along. And I hope that people just stand up and recognize he's a liar, he's a thug, he's a murderer, he's a rapist, he needs to go.
And CBS News has confirmed Budapest is among the cities being considered for the face-to-face talks. The Israeli military says it will call up 50,000 reservists as it plans a new phase of the war, occupying Gaza City. The BBC's Yolande Nell.
We've had an Israeli military official confirming that the call-up of these tens of thousands of reservists will take place in the coming weeks, that other reservists will have their terms of service extended, and of course there are active duty soldiers who will be involved in this Gaza City operation as well.
Vicki Barker reports there's some new hope for people whose sense of smell isn't what it once was.
South Korean researchers had volunteers sniff 3 different odors in ever-decreasing concentrations, meaning the smells were fainter each time. Starting out, their average score was just under 10 out of a possible 16. But after their brains were painlessly stimulated with radio waves set to a specific frequency, their scores rose to a near-perfect 15.8, and the effects lasted up to a week.
Now, those researchers say they want to see now if this same technique could even work for those who've lost their sense of smell entirely. Well, Wall Street's open for business. Dow is up 43 points in early trading. NASDAQ is down 212. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03 is a busy Wednesday morning in traffic. Here's Sully with the latest.
And we're going to have about 15-minute delays coming down the 405 corridor out of Linwood because of a long-term crash that basically closed the freeway at 527. All lanes are open, but we've got about a 50-minute trip just from Linwood down to Bellevue, so it's very slow. And backing up onto I-5 a little bit. I-5 itself is really heavy through Linwood from people who are trying to bail, but once you're into Mount Lake Terrace, it's a pretty good drive, so it's only about 42 minutes out of Linwood, so not too bad. Kind of the rest of the map, what you might expect for a Wednesday, about a half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. Valley Freeway is really not too bad, a little heavy in Auburn, but 45 minutes from end to end doesn't look bad. Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 50 minutes, so that's not terrible. Looks like the crash on northbound 3 in Silverdale is still there, blocking the left lane right near the Kitsap Mall. Basically, it's right before the exit to the Olive Garden, if that's where you normally go. And we are continuing to work with this fatal crash investigation, which has closed River Road, or 167, between Puyallup and I-5. There is a very small detour around it, so you can get around it, but there's a really heavy braking all around the river there, no matter which road you're choosing. This report brought to you by the KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to get to the KIRO Radio Rundown. Get the latest news from your favorite shows right to your inbox.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. Amid rising tensions and growing public concern, a religious concert originally planned for Cal Anderson Park in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood is being relocated to Gasworks Park. The decision comes in the shadow of a similar event earlier this year that erupted in violence with multiple arrests. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us with more on what's next.
Charlie, this new concert is scheduled for August 30th, and City Hall says it's linked to a concert and prayer rally back in May at Cal Anderson that led to this. That rally ended in a violent clash between participants and counter-protesters. At least 30 people were detained. Seattle police saying they arrested 23 people. Then it became political. Seattle's Police Guild demanded to know why city leaders granted a permit in the middle of what they called the heart of Antifa land. The FBI called for an investigation into, quote, targeted violence against a religious group. And all of that then prompted another religious rally outside City Hall in Seattle just days later.
Trans rights are under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
More counter-protesters showed up. 8 more people were arrested, while local pastor Russell Johnson called out Mayor Bruce Harreld on the Jason Ranch Show on Seattle Red 770 AM. Here's what he had to say.
The mayor is full of crap. People have had enough and are willing to call him on his intellectual dishonesty and his bald-faced lies.
So, a lot going on here. For this latest concert, organizers originally wanted to go back to Cal Anderson Park, but last week, Capitol Hill Pride filed a complaint alleging that the city ignored the high risk of violence the first time around at Cal Anderson. Then, after talking with city officials about the park's cultural significance to the LGBTQ community, organizers agreed, okay, let's relocate then to Gasworks Park. So that's where we are right now. Charlie, others have been trying to shut this down, this rally altogether. The city granted a permit, though, saying, everyone has the right to free speech. We're going to see what happens at Gasworks 10 days from now.
Okay, Luke, thank you for the update, and we'll continue to follow that. Washington Governor Bob Ferguson is responding to threats by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi on Fox News.
You better comply or you're next.
KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Governor Ferguson also received a letter last week threatening that states and cities that don't comply with ICE could lose federal funding, face lawsuits, and potential criminal charges. Ferguson calls Bondi's letter disgraceful.
By threatening criminal prosecutions of state officials, this letter embarrasses and disgraces the office of the United States Attorney General.
Bondi cites unidentified sanctuary policies and practices. Governor Ferguson believes she's talking about our state's Keep Washington Working law. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Washington's Secretary of State is now weighing in on President Trump's plan to get rid of vote-by-mail elections before next year's midterms. Trump calls vote-by-mail a fraud.
We got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge.
In a statement released Tuesday, Washington Secretary of State Steve Hobbs, a Democrat, points out that the Constitution gives Congress and state legislatures, not the president, the authority to set the times, places, and manner of elections. He also says, quote, "The president's announcement should be rejected for what it is, federal interference in state authority and a direct threat to every eligible American's right to cast a ballot and have it counted." Frank Lindsay, KIRO Newsradio.
U.S. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy pointing his finger now at Washington State. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon.
He says we are one of 2 states responsible for a deadly semi-truck crash in Florida. The driver makes an illegal U-turn, and then a minivan crashes into the side of the truck. That kills 3 people. The Trump administration says that driver was in the country illegally and did not speak proficient English. The transportation secretary now says that Washington State gave him an illegal commercial driver's license in 2023. This crash was a preventable tragedy directly caused by reckless decisions and compounded by despicable failures. We've reached out to the State Department of Licensing for comment.
Keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Wednesday, August 20th. I'm Charlie Harger. Manda Factor has the day off. I hope she's sleeping in. She'll be back Friday. Sully is here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Kinda. Yeah, kinda.
Just like producer David Burbank. You get plenty of sleep having a newborn, right?
Yes, and a second job. It's all, I get so much.
Yeah, I know how that goes, my friend. We have Katrina Gishar. She is checking the big stories coming through the news desk, and Nick Krasia at the control room running the board. Well, it came to an end last night. A great season for the boys from Bonnie Lake Sumner. They are unfortunately heading home today after a tough loss in the Little League World Series to South Dakota last night. South Dakota had this pitcher named Snoozy, and he was really, really impressive. The Bonnie Lake Sumner boys have done the community so proud. So good going for them. Coming up on this hour of the show, we'll have former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, some legal perspective on President Trump's push to end mail-in voting here, how that could impact us. And in today's commentary, sometimes compassion looks like discipline, not leniency. I'll explain at 7:35. We'll also check in with News Nation correspondent Xavier Walton in Texas with the latest on the GOP congressional redistricting attempts there. 7:10 now. The newly converted hybrid electric ferry is already out of service less than a month after it returned to the state's fleet. Former Washington Governor Jay Inslee was praising the ferry Wenatchee before it hit the water.
It's got the most advanced electric propulsion system ferry, not just in Washington, not just in America, but in North America.
Now the Seattle Times reports there's a mechanical failure causing the Wenatchee to lose power. Crews are working to find out what's wrong. For the first time in 20 years, one Pierce County school district is making a major change to its security plan. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon reports Franklin Pierce School District is ending its school resource officer program.
And it's all because of budget cuts. The district says it's cut about $15 million over the past 3 years. Last year alone, it spent roughly $340,000 on school resource officers. That contract with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office expires this fall and won't be renewed. Some parents say.
Stuff like that, I'm kind of concerned about my son's well-being without an officer, there to help protect.
Well, the Franklin Pierce School District does plan to hold a town hall next week to discuss the changes with families.
7:11 now. One jazz band's detour turns into an impromptu concert.
Well, what would you do if you were stranded on the tarmac? Jazz saxophonist Dave Koz and his bandmates whipped out instruments for a jam session in the front rows of an airplane. Their Alaska Airlines flight from St. Louis to Seattle having been diverted to Boise for repairs, according to the San Francisco Chronicle. Video on Instagram shows passengers swaying in their seats, dancing in the aisle. A comment on the site, this flight's been rerouted to Funky Town. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
At 7:12, let's get a check on the weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nick Allard, I figured it out. Why you weren't here last hour. You know how I figured it out?
Oh, let's hear it.
Because you increased the temperature tomorrow from what it was earlier this morning. Now it's even warmer in the forecast.
Yeah, you nailed it. That's the exact reason why I couldn't make it last hour.
You are a busy man.
Wasn't that I'm doing 37,000 jobs or anything like that. It's the I just didn't want to face the reality.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to do it.
Tech guru.
We have sunshine this afternoon. This morning, though, it is cloudy. That's okay, though. At least most of the area is. It's cloudy now, but we are going to clear, and you will see sunshine later today. No problem. I absolutely expect it to get to about 75 in Seattle, about 77 in Tacoma, and about 78 or so in Olympia. Tomorrow, I did bump it up. We're going to be into the upper 70s and lower 80s, and then I think you're going to go with, say, mid-80s for Friday and mid to upper 80s for Saturday and Sunday. Looks beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then low 80s for Monday and Tuesday. So the bottom line is, yes, you're going to see sunshine. You're going to get some warm weather, and it all starts this afternoon. So
and
as always, you see right through me.
Yeah, I do. What's the smoke situation looking like?
Air quality is great, not by like Cushman, of course, but generally. And what you're probably going to see is just some elevated smoke. I don't really see anything in terms of anything mixing down to the surface right now. We'll have to keep an eye on the weekend, see if any offshore wind brings some our way. But right now, it does look okay. It doesn't look like it's going to be a huge thing besides maybe just occasionally seeing some.
Nice forecast. Okay, thank you, Nick. It's right now in Seattle, it's 59 and cloudy. Let's head over to the traffic desk. Sully, you've been staying busy this morning.
Yeah, I have, and I've got a new crash to tell you about now. And this one's right near JBLM, the south end of it, approaching DuPont. We've got multiple lanes blocked for this crash on southbound I-5. We got some light rain down there, actually, that may have contributed. Too early to tell. But Tacoma to Olympia is running 15 minutes behind schedule now at 45 minutes. Staying down in that general Pierce County area, we are looking at the continued closure of River Road for a car versus pedestrian fatal crash investigation. Detour in place there, so it's going to be pretty difficult getting back and forth between I-5 and Puyallup if you're not using 512 or one of the major roads. Everything's kind of backed up around that. Heading up to the north end, we're still struggling away from Linwood after a long-term crash in Canyon Park on southbound 405. Still an hour and 10 from Everett to Bellevue, an hour from Everett to Seattle. So I-5 is pretty heavy through Linwood and Mount Lake Terrace, but gets better the further south you go. Federal Way to Seattle's 55 minutes, under 30 from Puyallup to, under 30 from Renton to Bellevue, under 50 from Puyallup to Renton. So plan on an okay drive there. Looking like a pretty significant problem on northbound 3 getting into Silverdale. Crash right at the Kitsap Mall, blocking the left lane. This report brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consult, prosculpt.com.
Get ready, Washington State. Doubles are about to become a local obsession. Here's Katrina with details.
In-N-Out Burger is finally making its debut in Ridgefield. Who remembers this commercial from the 1980s?
Eat as many of these as you can before they find out what they're really worth. In-N-Out. That's what a hamburger's all about.
That's one of their first commercials from 1987. The iconic California chain will serve up its famous meals at its first Washington State location on Pioneer Canyon Drive. Soon, very soon, fans will line up for those legendary fries and shakes. Doors open at 10:30 and close at 1 a.m.
Okay. Now, Sully, you're from this general location. Where is Ridgefield?
All the way down Clark County.
Okay.
So if you go down, you have to go south all the way down almost to the Portland area.
Okay.
Just north of Vancouver. They had to actually approve a traffic plan for this because of all the people that are going there. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
It's meh.
Yeah,
at best. They're okay.
I kind of like it.
I
like it.
Yeah.
Maybe you and I do a road trip. What do you think?
Yeah.
They have one in Kaiser that they opened several years ago. And my wife and I, when we were living in Portland, made several plans to go there. And every time the line was just like,
not
too
worth
long
it.
to really, to make it worth it.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. It's 7:17.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
President Trump announced on Monday he intends to eliminate the use of mail-in voting, a method that is used as a primary means of casting ballots in our state. So joining us to talk about it, whether it can be implemented, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Rob, I just want to establish your bona fides for our listeners in case they don't know. Lifelong Republican, right?
Correct.
Okay, you were the president of the College of Republicans at the UW.
President of the student body at the university.
Oh,
yeah.
I apologize, good sir. You were an attorney general. You ran as a Republican.
Correct.
You ran as the Republican candidate for Washington State governor.
Right.
Okay. So I just don't want people to be thinking whatever you answer here that you are necessarily a wild-eyed liberal Democrat when I ask you this.
No wild eyes here. That's
yeah.
great.
Okay. So the question here, as we look at this, does the president have the authority to do something like this?
No, he doesn't. The way our election system is set up in America is that the states are given control over running elections. So when Washington State became one of the first couple of states to enact all mail-in ballot voting, it was allowed to do that. And during COVID, a bunch of other states suddenly started to do mail-in voting. There were problems with it. Trump accused those states of encouraging fraud. Yet, a few years later, Republicans amped up their own efforts to encourage Republican voters to use mail-in ballots. And it worked. It actually gave them an advantage in states like North Carolina a few years back. But now he's back to attacking mail-in voting, claiming that it creates fraud. And in Washington State, where we have one of the longest track records in the country, we just haven't seen that happen.
And you were, as Attorney General, you defended the mail-in ballot law.
I defended our top two primary system.
Okay.
So the fact that we were voting by mail wasn't really a factor there. But we do have still this unusual system. California has since copied it, where the top two vote getters go on to the general election ballot, regardless of party. And the Libertarians, Republicans, Democrats all challenged it and actually got it blocked after the voters approved it. But then we went to the Supreme Court, and they reversed the lower court 7-2. So I have a lot of experience with election law, and I worked closely with our Secretary of State, Sam Reed, when I was AG. So this is something I do know a fair amount about.
So the president has often said over his previous administration and now this one that he wants to give the choices back to the states. This seems to fly in the face of that.
Well, he convinced himself and has convinced a lot of his supporters that mail-in voting is, works to the disadvantage of Republicans. He couches it in terms of fraud, but the fact is, for a long time in the 2010 to 2020 period, Democrats were better at getting people to vote by mail when there was a mail voting option than Republicans were. It was giving them an advantage. Now, when I first came into politics back in the 80s, in Washington State, it was the Republicans that had the advantage. In fact, Tim Hill won his election for King County Executive largely on the strength of a program to encourage people to vote by absentee, and they increased Republican turnout. It took a long time for Democrats to catch on to that, but they did. Then more recently, the evidence I'm seeing is that Republicans have gotten a lot better at getting their base voters to come out, these low propensity voters, to use mail-in voting. So it's been to Republican advantages. So it's a little bit puzzling why he's decided to go on the attack again. But it has probably something to do with the fact we have the midterm elections coming up next year. Trump is concerned about the risk of losing control of the House of Representatives, and he and his advisors may have concluded that discouraging mail-in voting somehow will help them, even though A, he doesn't have the power to stop states from using mail-in voting. He just doesn't have that constitutional authority. And B, Republicans have been using mailed ballots to encourage more of their own people to turn out. So I would think that if you're worried about losing elections in the midterm, you want to use every tool at your disposal to get your own voters to turn in their ballots.
While we have you, Rob, I want to just get a quick perspective from you. The top story around here is that AG Pam Bondi is asking Governor Ferguson to get rid of our sanctuary state designation. Ferguson says, no way, we're not going to do it. He held a press conference yesterday. Just a legal perspective, what do you make of this fight between the feds and the state government?
Well, it allows the Trump administration and the Department of Justice to, keep a lot of emphasis on border security and enforcing immigration laws. This has been an area where they have accomplished a lot in terms of reducing dramatically the number of people crossing the border illegally. Now they want to remove people who are here illegally. But the only power they really have here is the power of the purse string. I mean, remember, we're a republic. A lot of people lose track of that fact after 250 years, but we're a republic. We're a collection of states united under a federal constitution, but we're not like France or Japan or other countries that have very strong central governments and very weak provincial or state governments. We actually have a lot of power in the states. But the one thing the feds can do, and this is what they're threatening to do, as you've been reporting this morning, is to cut off funding that they supply to the states. And, cutting off support for crime victims is one of the tools they're looking at, as you reported earlier. And they have other tools at their disposal as well. But that's about it. I don't think that they can literally force any state to cooperate with their policies, including ending their sanctuary city policies, even though there are probably a lot of us in Washington state who don't think Washington should be a sanctuary state. We think the laws should be observed.
Former state AG Rob McKenna, lifelong Republican. Just thought I'd add that one more time. Appreciate your time this morning, Rob.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Charlie.
It's 7:23, and Sully is watching the roads for us.
Yeah, we got multiple crashes out there this morning. One of them fatal. I'll get to that one in a minute. The biggest delay is for those of you going from Tacoma to Olympia. We've got a 30-minute delay on I-5 southbound getting through JBLM because of this crash that's blocking the two left lanes right as you get down towards DuPont. So kind of at the south end of the gate, they're working into DuPont. Big-time delays there. We're also working a crash on eastbound 512 right at the bottom of the hill and across the river as you get to 167. Not sure which lane it's in, but we're backed up all the way South Hill. In that same general area, we continue to work with the closure of River Road for a fatal investigation. This is for a pedestrian versus a car. No impairment expected, and a long-term investigation that's going on down in that general area. The Valley Freeway itself running right around 45 minutes, which isn't too bad. We're running a little over 50 from Federal Way to Seattle. Rented to Bellevue, about a half an hour. And coming down from the north end, still dealing with the remnants of a long-term crash on 405 southbound in Canyon Park. We have very heavy brake lights on both 5 and 405 away from Linwood. You're going to need about 50 minutes from Linwood to Seattle or Linwood to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're looking for afternoon sunshine, a high in the mid to upper 70s, low 80s, possible by tomorrow, mid 80s and sunny through the weekend and into next week. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 59. And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the memorial happening tonight to remember a beloved local dog walker who was killed last year.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Hartley and Brent Wilcox, talking about Wilcox Family Farms.
Dad, I've really enjoyed all the community events we've been doing. One question I get asked a lot is, how long has our family had the farm? When I tell them since 1909, they're surprised. Why do you think that is?
I imagine it's because that's a long time, and many farms have been bought by big corporations that put profits first.
Growing up on the farm, I feel like we put people and the well-being of our hens first.
We do, and as you know, free-range and mobile pasture hens have organic soil to forage and do what they naturally would do. This takes more time and money, but it's the right thing to do. It's better for the hens and makes for great tasting eggs.
I agree. Here is Mike to tell you where you can find locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs.
For fresh, local, pasture-raised, omega-3, hard-boiled, and other fresh eggs, choose Wilcox Family Farms. Look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, QFC, and PCC Natural Markets. Wilcox Family Farms.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:31. I'm Charlie Harger. Manda Factor has the day off. Tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of the death of a beloved grandmother and dog walker in Seattle. 80-year-old Ruth Dalton and her dog Prince were killed in Madison Park. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey spoke with friends who will celebrate Dalton's life with a new memorial.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will remember this sad story, Charlie. Ruth Dalton was in her car about a year ago. Prosecutors say a man forced her out of the car. He killed Ruth, police say. Then later, police found the body of Ruth's little dog, Prince. Well, tomorrow, the city will install a plaque in memory of Ruth and Prince near a bench overlooking the Madison Park beach. That's where she loved to walk, her friends tell us. And this is how organizer Gina Purdy wants people to remember Ruth.
I just want people to remember that she was bigger than life, and she always made people's day because she was that person that would walk down Madison by all the little vendors with her little doggy children and say hi to everybody and have a smile for everyone.
Well, the suspect in this case, Jamed A. Haynes, should be facing murder and animal cruelty charges, but he is not facing those charges right now. Instead, he's been deemed unfit to stand trial after a court-ordered mental evaluation. Purdy and others tell me, while they understand, they also want justice, and they are calling on the city to do something.
We're fed up with this, and we don't want to live this way anymore. We shouldn't live in a city and in our homes and be frightful. That's just not how it's supposed to be.
Well, the public is welcome to attend tomorrow's memorial ceremony. Again, it's at Madison Park Beach, just on the south side of the bathhouse there. You know, Charlie, Ruth was a grandmother, and in her older age, she loved taking all the neighborhood dogs on walks. That's how people remember her most. Police apparently found 2 dogs inside her car that day. She was fighting off her attacker in her car to save those pups.
Thank you for the update, and we'll keep on top of that memorial service. Thank you, Luke. The truck driver suspected of causing a deadly crash in Florida last week has ties to our state. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports he is in this country illegally.
Authorities say 28-year-old Harjinder Singh made an illegal U-turn and caused the crash on Florida's Turnpike that left 3 people dead. Florida State Attorney General James Uthmeyer spoke to Fox and Friends.
We're not going to deport or let this guy out of our sights until we have convicted him and ensured that he is behind bars.
Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration says the state of Washington broke the rules when it issued Singh a regular full-term commercial driver's license because people without legal status are not eligible. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
And we have reached out to the State Department of Licensing for comment. Let's check the roads now. Sully is at the traffic desk.
And we've got an unusual slowdown to tell you about on southbound I-5, getting out of the Lakewood area down towards Lacey, right through JBLM. 4 miles of backup. It looks like a Friday afternoon there because 2 lanes are blocked the left-hand side of the road for a jackknife semi approaching the Stillicum DuPont Road. And we are looking at about a 40-minute delay. It is an hour and 10 minutes to go from Tacoma to Olympia. So that is a big time delay, huge delay. Looking at pretty significant slowing on eastbound 512 down the hill all the way to the Puyallup River Bridge, where a crash there on the merge from 2167 northbound is causing a big backup. We're continuing to work with the closure of River Road between I-5 and Puyallup. This is for a fatal crash investigation, a car versus a pedestrian. The rest of the map about average. We've got about a 45-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about 35. We've got about 55 minutes to an hour with 35 of those minutes from South Center to get you up into Seattle. Out of the north end, still struggling away from Linwood on both 5 and 405 after a long-term crash in Bothell. So it's about 55 minutes to go from Linwood to Bellevue and about 50 from Linwood to Seattle. So we're behind schedule by about 15 minutes out of the north end. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
Headed for a high of 76 in Seattle today. Afternoon sunshine. Tomorrow, even more sun. Highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 59.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
7:36 now. You know things are upside down when you need a clerk to unlock socks, or when laundry detergent is treated like contraband, or when the greeter at the door wears a ballistic vest. We get what we tolerate. It's time for today's commentary. Late yesterday afternoon, Fred Meyer's parent company announced 2 more store closures. That brings the total number to 5 around here. The company listed rising costs and regulations, but the number one reason was theft. And if you look closer, it's addiction playing out in plain sight. I see it in my own neighborhood. Last few times I've been to the Auburn Fred Meyer, which is not on the closure list, there was a receipt checker at the door with a gun on his hip. When I popped by yesterday, no sidearm, just a ballistic vest. Progress, right? At my Walmart, so much merchandise is locked behind plexiglass. At other grocery stores I go to in town, employees just watch as shoplifters walk out. We tolerate it. Let's be clear. Most of these thefts aren't a mom coming up short and stealing baby formula to get by. I've talked with recovering addicts. They tell me how it works. You steal from a store, you sell what you stole cheap. You buy fentanyl or meth, you use. Then you run out and you walk back into the store. Steal, use, wash, rinse, repeat. Listen to Adam.
Figure someone you boosted, they had $150 day habit. So you get half price on things.
Yeah.
So they're stealing $300 a day times 365.
So you're going around the stores and stealing enough to pay for your drugs. Mm-hmm. It's a miserable life for the addict, but it's also miserable for the rest of us. You walk into a store one day, realize you can't even buy a laundry detergent without asking permission. This isn't normal, but it is tolerated. Some media outlets this morning point to police stats and say theft is down at those 5 Fred Meyer stores. Just a dozen reports of shoplifting last year in Everett. But arrest numbers don't reflect reality. Stores stop calling police because nothing happens. Workers are told not to intervene. And after years of this, plenty of shoppers don't even want to walk in. That is the reality. So this is the result. Kroger finally said, enough. And now 5 Fred Meyers close for good. Now, I don't want to be one of those people calling for maximum punishment every time. I want addicts to get help. But right now, our system is so toothless, people spiral without treatment, and the rest of us carry the cost. Here's what we tolerate today. In too many cases, rehab or detox isn't even part of the conversation. Courts don't order it. Jails don't demand it. The addict has to ask. And they rarely do, because why would they when the cycle still works? And there are resources available. I checked with 2 groups last night. They can get you into detox and rehab today for free if you're willing to get sober. But addicts don't make that choice until there's no other choice. So we call it compassion. But it's not. A system with no consequences and no expectation of sobriety isn't compassionate. It's enabling. And until we change that, we'll keep getting exactly what we tolerate. Love to hear your comments. You can text us at 888-973-5476. And you can also reach out on the YouTube chat. We're at KIRO News Radio. And, of course, make a comment on mynorthwest.com. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at this jackknife semi, which is causing a big problem getting between Tacoma and Olympia. We'll break it down for you next.
The G and Ursula Show.
There are topics that we bring up. Guns, climate change.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
And when you get to those topics, and everybody's going to go crazy. People who feel
that they can't do anything.
Exactly.
Are you willing to drive any less than you do? Are
Hell
you willing
no.
to? Man, you didn't even hesitate. On
no,
other people
I'm not
to
getting
do
no
the public.
I got to get to where I got to get to.
When I'm retired, I want to rely on public transit. I want to be the one that takes light rail.
No, you don't, Ursula. You don't want to be walking down the street.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines and I was able to sleep through the night. And that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
What up, everybody? It's G. Scott here. College students, listen up. Whether you're at a university, junior college, or tech school, Safeway's got your back with 5% off just for being a student. All you got to do is verify your student ID in the app and boom, instant savings and exclusive deals. And parents, I see you too. Make life easier with online shopping and delivery. If it's your first time using delivery, guess what? You get $30 off your first order. Now, here's the real game changer. Fresh Pass. Subscribe and enjoy unlimited free delivery and special offers. And if you use EBT, you get Fresh Pass for 50% off. Plus, big savings on fresh produce. That's right. Healthy food delivered and affordable. It's a lot of info, I know, but the savings are significant and worth the time. So if you have or know a college student, make sure they visit Safeway.com/4U. That's FOR and the letter U. Again, Safeway.com/4U.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
7:43 now. Let's check traffic with Sully.
And we are looking at about a 4.5 to 5 mile backup now on southbound I-5. Getting through JBLM, 2 left lanes blocked for a jackknife semi we have right there approaching the Steilacoom DuPont Road. Already over an hour and 10 minutes from Tacoma to Olympia. That is a 40-minute delay. Also have some light rain through the area, so that's contributing to some of the braking that we have. Continuing to see a very big backup on eastbound 512 all the way through Puyallup from the South Hill because of a crash just there as you approach 167. River Road remains closed for a long-term fatal crash investigation, waiting for the medical examiner to get there, and then they'll be able to open some lanes. There's a pretty quick detour around it, but there are still heavy brake lights on either side of the closure. Federal Way to Seattle's running about an hour now with 40 of those minutes from South Center. We do have about a 50-minute trip now from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue's running right around 35. The Lake Bridges are still okay. Coming down from the north end, it's a struggle away from Linwood. We had an earlier crash on 405 at Canyon Park. Really set the tone for the morning. It's still about an hour from Linwood to Bellevue and about 50 minutes from Linwood to Seattle. So not exactly a pleasant day for you guys. This traffic report is brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
These clouds burn off. We're headed for a high of 75 in Seattle today, 77 tomorrow, and the next few days. Mid-80s through the weekend. Looks nice. Right now, it's 59 and cloudy at 7:45. I was reading this lead here from Katrina Gashard. And Katrina, I'm not going to sing Don't You Forget About Them. Breakfast Club is back, huh?
Okay, it's not a reboot. Just want to put that out there for everyone. But the teen drama is returning to theaters for its 40th anniversary. Universal Pictures is bringing the Brat Pack back to the big screen next month.
You're not fooling anybody, Bender. The next screw that falls out is going to be you.
Eat my shorts.
What was that?
Eat my shorts.
You just bought yourself another Saturday, mister.
Crushed.
So crushed. The Breakfast Club will be in theaters September 7th and 10th, giving fans a chance to relive everything, including those attentions.
Yeah, Katrina, did you see the look that Sully and I both had when you said
yes
40th anniversary? 40 years ago, The Breakfast Club came out.
That's right. You're young.
Wow.
You're young.
Well, time is a flat circle. Thank you, Katrina. The Seattle Seahawks regular season approaching. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Hawks game on September 7th. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text app, APP, to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download and enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting wafdbank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-972-0588. 800-972-0588. 800-972-0588.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all know that summer's heating up here around Western Washington, and so is the schedule at Valentine Roofing. Now's the time to act before the fall wind and rain expose a real problem. Hey, Jake Skorheim here. Get your roof, siding, or gutter project locked in before Labor Day to secure priority scheduling on select projects. Valentine Priority Scheduling means that they'll begin the work on your home within just 3 weeks of signing your agreement. Spots are limited, so do what I did. Call 206 Roofing to get on Valentine's priority schedule and receive a free estimate. That's 206 Roofing.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Thanks for being here today. It's 7:49, and the vote will happen today in the Texas House of Representatives, where Republican lawmakers are expected to pass a bill to redraw the state's congressional map. This after Democratic lawmakers in the state broke quorum for 2 weeks in an attempt to push off the vote. Joining us now with details is News Nation correspondent Xavier Walton in Texas. X-Man, good morning. Give us an idea. What's the energy of Republicans in that state house today?
Well, if you're going to ask for the energy of Republicans, they're pretty excited. They're looking forward to this moment. Obviously, they have been waiting. You just mentioned the Democrats that broke quorum and were out of state for a couple of weeks there. So Republicans, the GOP, excited, to say the least, like all their hard work is about to pay off. And you got the Democrats who are still fighting, in their eyes, the good fight. You had a handful that was started by, Representative Nicole Collier, who slept inside the Capitol because she felt the need to refuse to sign a piece of paper that would basically allow Texas DPS to follow her wherever she went once she left the Capitol. So you've got last-ditch efforts by Democrats to try and stop this vote however they can, and then you have Republicans who are just trying to make sure, hey, we need to get this through. And obviously this came from President Trump several weeks ago. I want to say it was like the 15th of July on the House lawn where it was a White House press gaggle. And the president said, I just want to pick up 5 more votes, a simple redraw of the congressional map. And here we are several weeks later. And that vote today, I mean, I said it this morning on Morning in America. I said, get your political popcorn ready because that's what it's going to be.
And you also have California Governor Gavin Newsom, I'm paraphrasing here, saying, hold my beer, because he is saying on the California side, you're going to increase 5 Republican votes, Texas, really? Well, we're going to do that and maybe even more in California. Is that playing into any of the consideration by Texas lawmakers?
No. And how does the saying go? Anything you can do, I can do better. At least I think that works for this one. And that's essentially what, and I've talked to some Democrats, what they were hoping would play out. Stalling through the first special session here in Texas, buying other Democrats in surrounding states to kind of figure out what they wanted to do. How did they want to respond, get their ducks in a row? And there's a big vote out in California. Tomorrow, lawmakers essentially have to decide whether or not they want to have this special election come November 4th. Let the voters decide. Things work differently in California than they do here in Texas. Voters actually get to decide because there's a whole committee that gets to redraw the maps there in California. And it's every decade, right? At the start of every decade, not in the middle of it, which has been the big to-do with this process right now. And, man, let me tell you, butting heads, political theater, it is all present in Austin when you have people literally sleeping. I say people, lawmakers, literally sleeping in the Capitol to prove a point and to make a stance.
And
so to speak.
What are traditionalists telling you? You know, people who do say, yeah, we do this every 10 years. We don't do it in the middle of the 10-year period.
Well, I'll do you one better. I was out there in Texas Hill Country for a couple of weeks covering that just absolutely devastating flood. And those people there, they could care less about, the redistricting war, battle, whatever you want to call it. They can care less about it. There's also flood relief and flood prevention, flood preparation legislation in the special session. Problem is nobody's talking about it. And that's been something the Democrats have said, hey, if you want to take redistricting, off the special or off the agenda, we're more than happy to talk about it next time. But Republicans said, no, we're going to keep going with our plan and so on and so forth. So Democrats say that. Traditionalists are still trying to figure out why. And then you say, well, because midterms are coming up next year and they're already trying to, they have a slim majority in Congress. They want to build on that. And that's at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. We could talk about this for hours. I don't think I have that much time.
Okay, Xavier Walton from News Nation, thank you. We are getting the popcorn ready for later this afternoon as that vote gets underway. All right, X-Man, thank you. It's 7:53. We head over to Sully, who's watching traffic.
And we have a big problem on southbound I-5 getting through the JBLM area through some light rain. We've got a jackknife semi that's kind of nosed into the Jersey barrier. Fortunately, it's still on all 18 wheels. It's just, the cab's cattywampus. And we've got about a 5-mile backup behind it. It's an hour and 20 minutes to go from Tacoma to Olympia. I mean, we don't even get that on summer weekends heading down for the beach on a Friday afternoon. That's a 50-minute delay because of that crash. So that is going to stay with us for a while. We're also continuing to work a big-time crash on eastbound 512 as you work towards the 167 corridor out of Puyallup. So we're backed up all the way down South Hill and losing about 15 minutes there. We are still working with this fatal crash investigation that has both directions of River Road closed there between Puyallup and I-5. We're hoping to get maybe the southbound lanes open a little bit as they continue there. Rest of the map about what you would expect. You've got about an hour from Federal Way to Seattle. Valley Freeway's under 50 minutes, which is pretty good. We're right about 40 from Renton to Bellevue, and it's heavy away from Linwood. Still about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Morning clouds will burn off. Afternoon sun with highs in the mid to upper 70s today. Upper 70s to low 80s with a lot more sun tomorrow. And then the next few days after that, highs will be in the mid 80s. Nice August weekend on tap. Right now in Seattle, it's 59. Coming up at 8:15, stick around because we'll head live to Kyiv and speak with Robert Sherman about the ongoing talks between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. That's on the way on Seattle's Morning News here on KIRO News Radio.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
With football season comes cooler weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here. Call on locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their wide selection of windows and doors always beats the competition, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Hurricane Aaron prompted evacuations along the North Carolina coast, but some folks stayed behind.
We're all hoping and praying for the best.
We decided to keep our vacation and keep it going.
The storm's not coming ashore, but it's massive, kicking up surf along the Atlantic that could cause flooding. CBS's Rob Marciano reports from North Carolina's Outer Banks.
The winds picked up a little bit. The waves keep encroaching on this area, and the heavy equipment's out. Basically, he's taking sand that's been pushed onto this road a good 100 yards or so and scooping it up and front loading it up back onto this beach and clearing the road. And I said, oh, what's your plan of attack? And he said, well, probably do this again tomorrow. So it's an ongoing battle as these dunes are constantly shifting and sand continues to intrude.
Fear of rip currents has led to beach closings up into New England. Today's the day Republican lawmakers in Texas are expected to send through a new redistricting plan. CBS's Omar Villafranca.
President Trump has pushed for the redistricting to help build a more favorable political landscape in next year's midterms. Republicans are expected to approve the new maps, while Democrats here say they're going to challenge this in court. Now, Democrats in California, they're fighting back, where the party obviously has control of the state there. Dems are looking to counter the move by Texas and redraw their districts. But first, they have to ask voters to approve of those maps.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked a Texas law that would require public schools to post the 10 Commandments. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis tells CBS's Major Garrett that President Trump should be cautious in his bid to get Vladimir Putin to the Ukraine peace table.
I would not even want to be in the same state as Vladimir Putin. That's how much of a thug and a murderer I think he is. But, the president has got to deal with unseemly people. So I'm going to give the president some leeway as long as we don't all of a sudden become so arrogant as to think that we should dictate the terms of peace for a sovereign nation.
A new poll indicates most of us have little faith in the federal government.
Fewer than a third of Americans, 31%, say they have a lot or some trust in the federal government to act in the nation's best interest. That's according to a new Gallup poll. The figure is much lower than those who say the same about charitable organizations at 80%, state and local governments at 50%, and businesses at 40%. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
A wooden church in Sweden, all 600 tons of it was moved to a new location. All done because the world's largest underground iron ore mine is threatening to swallow up the town where the church has been for more than 100 years. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
8:03, we check in with Sully for traffic.
And it has been a very rough morning, and it continues to be so. We have a 50-minute delay on southbound I-5 getting through JBLM. Tacoma to Olympia is running an hour and 20 minutes. We have a crash involving a jackknife semi blocking the two left lanes right before you get to DuPont, so just after the main gate. Big time delays there. Also looking at about a 15-minute delay on eastbound 512 getting down the South Hill into Puyallup because of a crash. We've been working on the ramp to northbound 167. Once you get through that area, 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Not too bad. Continuing to work with the closure of River Road between Puyallup and I-5. It's closed for a fatal crash investigation, car versus a pedestrian, early this morning. Renton to Bellevue's running right around 40 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. Nothing shocking for you guys. About an hour from Everett to Seattle. Hour and 10 from Everett to Bellevue. Still struggling through Canyon Park after a long-term crash there at 527. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Planning a road trip? Plan a trip to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, factory maintenance. No appointment needed. Bucky's.com.
Seattle's Morning News. Welcome to the Wednesday, August 20th, 2025 edition. Manda Factor has the day off. I'm Charlie Harger, and now the day's top local stories. Amid rising tensions and growing public concern, a religious concert originally planned for Cal Anderson Park in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood is being relocated. Now it'll be at Gasworks Park. The decision comes in the shadow of a similar event earlier this year, that erupted in violence with multiple arrests. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey joins us live on What's Next.
Yeah, Charlie, that new concert is scheduled for August 30th, and City Hall says it's linked to a concert and a prayer rally in May at Cal Anderson Park that led to this. Well, that rally ended in a violent clash between participants and counter-protesters. At least 30 people arrested. Seattle police saying they arrested 23 people. Then it became political. Seattle's Police Guild demanded to know why city leaders granted a permit in the middle of what they called the heart of Antifa land. The FBI then called for an investigation into targeted violence against a religious group. And all of that prompted another religious rally outside City Hall in Seattle just days later.
Trans rights are under attack.
What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
More counter-protesters showed up. 8 more people were arrested, while local pastor Russell Johnson called out Mayor Bruce Harrell on the Jason Ranch Show on Seattle Red 770 AM.
The mayor is full of crap. People have had enough and are willing to call him on his intellectual dishonesty and his bold-faced lies.
For this latest concert, organizers originally wanted to go back to Cal Anderson Park, but last week, Capitol Hill Pride, that group filed a complaint alleging the city ignored the high risk of violence the first time around at Cal Anderson. Well, then, after talking with city officials about the park's cultural significance and that community's significance to the LGBTQ community, organizers agreed, okay, they will relocate to Gasworks Park. Charlie, others have been saying, why allow this rally at all? City, just shut it down. Don't let them have it. Well, the city granted a permit. The mayor and a councilwoman saying in a joint statement, everyone has the right to free speech. We will see what happens at Gasworks Park 10 days from now.
Luke, thank you for that update, and we will stay on top of the story. Governor Bob Ferguson is making it clear the state of Washington will not be intimidated by threats from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to send federal troops to Washington state if we don't comply with federal immigration enforcement efforts. Here's KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
Governor Ferguson held a news conference to publicly respond to Pam Bondi after he received a letter from the DOJ demanding Washington change its laws and policies protecting immigrants and limiting law enforcement's ability to use state resources to help in federal immigration enforcement. Bondi didn't directly mention the Keep Washington Working law, but Governor Ferguson says,
"We're not backing down. We're not compromising. We're not going to be bullied. We're not going to be intimidated."
Ferguson says the letter also includes threats of prosecution. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Washington's top election official pushing back on President Trump's announcement to get rid of vote-by-mail elections.
We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud.
Trump says he'll sign an executive order to do just that before the 2026 midterms. Well, Washington's Secretary of State Steve Hobbs says Trump's plan is unconstitutional and a threat to voters' rights. He says only Congress and state legislatures can set election rules. He released a statement yesterday saying we will continue to run secure, transparent, and accessible elections. Voters deserve nothing less.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Thanks for joining us this Wednesday morning. I'm Charlie Harger. Amanda has the day off, but Sully's still here, and you are earning your keep today, my friend.
Yeah, it's we've been rough. We've had crashes, fatals, all sorts of stuff all over the map, not just in any spot today. So yeah, just hang in there. We'll keep you. We'll get you through it.
Okay, thank you, Sully. David Burbank is our producer, Katrina Gishard, our editor, and Nick Kreisha is in the control room running the board and picking the music. Coming up this hour of the show, we're about 7 minutes away from speaking with correspondent Robert Sherman on the discussions happening between U.S. and NATO officials today. He joins us live from the Ukraine with details. And G. Scott has some thoughts on my commentary, the best way to address the drug and crime issue in our local grocery stores. It's 8:09 here on Seattle's Morning News. The Bear Gulch fire has been burning in Olympic National Park since July 6. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has an update.
That fire is now 7% contained. The human-caused fire started, as we mentioned, in early June. It's burned over 8,300 acres around the Lake Cushman area since then.
Sound Transit just released its annual safety and security report. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha reports light rail tops the list for crime.
Sound Transit's safety report says in each quarter of 2024, there were more than 100 incidents where someone became a target for crime while using the Link light rail. When it comes to crime, the agency says many are crimes of opportunity, targeting people passing through Sound Transit facilities. Sound Transit points out that assaults on transit workers have been rising, not just here, but nationwide. On Link alone, there were more than 180 assaults on transit workers in 2024, according to the report.
A truck driver with ties to Washington is accused in a deadly Florida crash. You might have seen this on social media. Authorities say 28-year-old Harjinder Singh made an illegal U-turn and it killed 3 people. He's charged in Florida with vehicular homicide. We've learned he's in the United States illegally. Federal officials say Washington State broke rules by giving him a full commercial driver's license. They also say he failed an English language proficiency assessment after the crash. Truck driver Grant Maxey spoke to CBS Miami.
There's a lot more people that are holding CDLs that cannot speak or read English, and it's causing major problems.
We've reached out to the State Department of Licensing for comment. A 13-year-old boy is in trouble with the law after being taken into custody Tuesday morning near the Kitsap County Fairgrounds.
The sheriff's office says the boy is suspected of breaking into vendors' booths that have been set up for the opening of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede. Deputies found him asleep with a plush dog toy at a nearby playground. Authorities are trying to figure out just how much damage was done.
And photos from the scene show what appears to be lemonade and silverware strewn about. That's Frank Lenzi reporting. The fair opens today. It was only last month former Governor Jay Inslee was celebrating a newly converted hybrid electric ferry.
We're leading the world in a decarbonized maritime fleet, starting right here with the Wenatchee.
Well, now the Wenatchee already out of service. A mechanical failure caused the boat to lose power, and a ferry spokesperson tells the Seattle Times they're working to find out what happened. The boat serves the Seattle-Bainbridge Island route. The overall sailing schedule not affected, according to ferry officials. A recently retired King County detective. You may remember him. He was shot in the line of duty in 2023. He's now died in a boating accident. David Easterly jumped from a boat onto Montana's Flathead Lake Saturday afternoon and never resurfaced. His body was recovered on Monday. Easterly was shot while serving an eviction notice in Ballard. He survived 2 gunshots that bypassed his protective vest. He spent months recovering at Harborview. His doctors called his recovery remarkable. He lived in Mill Creek. David Easterly was 67. 8:12 now. Let's get a check on the weather. It is brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Some clouds to start the day, and then we'll clear out for some sunshine. In fact, even by lunchtime, I think we'll see at least partly sunny to mostly sunny skies, with temperatures this afternoon and completely beautiful weather getting up into the mid and upper 70s. I do think, though, yes, we have the clouds to start the day, but we should see some clearing at least by lunch. And then this afternoon, beautiful high of about 75 in Seattle, 77, 78 in Tacoma through Olympia, about 73, 74 in Everett. Tomorrow, it's just clear and we're about 77, 78, and we just see sunshine for a while. Mid 80s Friday, mid to upper 80s on Saturday, Sunday, low 80s for Monday, Tuesday. It just looks fantastic with sunshine. There may be a little bit of haze at times here and there, but I don't think it'll impact air quality.
Sun's starting to burn through. Right now, it's 60 at 8:13. We head over to the traffic desk where Chris Sullivan has his hands full today.
Yeah, I do. And both feet, too. We have we do have some rain showers right now, kind of over the top of I-5 near JBLM. And that is one of the reasons why it's so slow past the scene of this jackknife semi. Up on all its wheels, but just its nose is into the barrier. And we've got about a 5-mile backup behind it. Hour and 20-minute trip from Tacoma to Olympia. That is a 50-minute delay. So that is a big-time issue. Looks like some positive news in that general area. The eastbound 512 crash right at 167 in the Puyallup River area has cleared. Still seeing the closure of River Road for that fatal crash investigation. We are getting some potential indication that this may have been a fisherman crossing the road to get to the Puyallup River. Puyallup River fishing opened on the 16th, and so that may be the situation they're dealing with, waiting to get more confirmation on that. Federal Way to Seattle, we are running at about an hour with 40 minutes of that from South Center. Valley Freeway, though, not too bad. Under 45 minutes from end to end. Renton to Bellevue is about 40. Out of the north end, we still have about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue, an hour from Everett to Seattle. Earlier crash near Canyon Park. The Lake Bridges, though, are fine. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
8:15 now. Move over, Wordle. There's a new game in town. Here's Katrina with details.
The New York Times just dropped Pips. It's a daily logic puzzle that has a lot of people talking. The game is inspired by dominoes and actually uses dominoes. So Pips challenges players to drag, drop, and rotate the dominoes to meet conditions like equal, greater than, or sum to 10. So when all the dominoes are placed correctly, you win. There's easy, medium, and hard levels, so it's perfect for people who are newcomers or pros at puzzles. It's available now on the New York Times app.
Yeah, I have a problem with that New York Times Games app. I'm always on it. here's my routine in the morning. My alarm goes off. It's 2:30.
Yep.
And I wake up. I make sure the world hasn't blown up. And before I pop into the shower at 2:40, I always have to play Wordle.
Okay.
I got it in 4 tries today.
Everything you just said was a humble brag, Charlie. I just want to
because I sleep into 2:30?
No, because I get up so early. I go onto this app. I really stimulate my brain early in the morning. I take a shower.
Yeah. I come to work with proper hygiene. Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
Glad to have you here with us on this Wednesday morning. There are a lot of questions as the future of the Russia and Ukraine still remains in doubt with this war happening between the two nations. United States and NATO military officials are set to meet today to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. So joining us now from Kyiv is News Nation reporter Robert Sherman. Good morning, Robert. Always good to have you with us. Let's begin with where you are in Ukraine. What are people telling you? What's the pulse there right now?
It is, when it comes to these negotiations here, Charlie, I think the important thing to remember is that these are so complex when it comes to ending a war. And you did a really great job of laying out that you've got the security guarantee conversation that's taking place in Washington. Then there are going to be security guarantee conversations that involve Russia. Then there's going to be, these talks of, what Ukraine looks like after the war is over. Those conversations haven't even happened yet. Bottom line, bringing it back to how people in Ukraine feel, they're not going to believe anything until there's a deal that is signed, sealed, and delivered, because there is inherent distrust here from the Ukrainian side. You look at what happened here overnight. There were bombs falling across Ukraine, drones, ballistic missiles, pounding Ukrainian cities across the country. And when Ukrainians see that, they hear Russia saying that they'd like an off-ramp to peace, but they don't see that firsthand here. So they're not convinced that Russia is being genuine in any of these conversations here and are very wary at this hour.
Where do things stand? Ukraine, of course, wants Crimea back. They want the Donbass region, and Russia is saying no way. Where are things with that? And is that really the crux of why this war continues?
I would say that the crux is actually, it comes down to the security guarantees. So, an important thing to understand, let's just take the Donbass region, for example. The reason, I've heard from a lot of people in recent days, why doesn't Ukraine, just give up the Donbass and have peace and all is well, whatever, end the war here outright. The big reason for that is Ukraine has strategic footholds in the Donbass region right now. And they believe that if they give those up and just give that to Russia, Russia's going to have a launch pad to carry out a third invasion of Ukraine in a couple of years. Why would Russia do that? Because Russia says in their constitution, they rewrote their constitution, they get all of eastern Ukraine. They have governance of eastern Ukraine, and they're not going to stop until they get every square inch of these 4 oblasts that are in eastern Ukraine. So Ukrainians, are taking Russian statements at face value and saying Russia's going to come back. That's where the security guarantee conversation comes in, which comes first, in that Ukraine needs assurances that Russia's not going to come back and take another bite at the apple, that if Russia tries to make another run at Ukraine, someone is going to be there to help them hold the line. That's why you see those conversations happening first. Once the security guarantee conversation comes, then we could get into the nuance of who controls what. Ukraine is saying that they're not going to cede any territory to Russia, publicly here. Maybe, there's a route in which they don't cede territory to Russia, but Russia de facto occupies it, kind of like what you've seen in Crimea over the last few years. Ukraine says that is Crimea, that Crimea is their territory. We can go to Crimea. There are Russian flags everywhere. It's ethnically Russian right now. It is, pretty full-blown Russian at this juncture. So there's a lot of nuance to all this. Bottom line, security guarantees have got to get ironed out first. If you listen to what the Kremlin said today, you might find this funny. The Kremlin said, we're all on board, with these security guarantee conversations for Ukraine, as long as we get a sign-off on, what these security guarantees look like. So basically Russia's saying, that they have to agree to any security guarantees with Russia that defend Ukraine from Russia. That's kind of where these negotiations stand right now.
We know
so
the president
needs to happen.
President has ruled out U.S. boots on the ground. He was kind of toying with the idea late last week, early this week, but now he says, no way, that's not happening. So what are Ukrainians thinking those security guarantees may look like?
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple echelons to all of this, right? And I think that everyone agrees that echelon number one is Ukraine's military needs to be stronger. Ukraine's military needs to be bolstered, whether that's assistance from the West, whether that's training from the West. Ukraine needs to be in a position where they can defend their homeland on their own as much as possible. Then there's the second tier to that, which is the European assistance. And you heard that from the Europeans this week, acknowledging that this is their backyard. If you flew into Berlin and rented a car, you'd be in Ukraine in 8 hours, if that puts it in perspective. You can't even drive across Texas in 8 hours. So Europe recognizes that they've got to have some skin in the game here. That would be the European provisions. Weapons, maybe, there's some look at forces here, being utilized in Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. Then there's the third level of that, which is the United States. And what that sounds like right now, nothing is ironed out, but that sounds like the possibility of air support, the possibility of coordination within the region. But the president is making clear the Marines are not going to Kharkiv. And it seems as though that's where the American public stance is on this as well, is people, want to see Ukraine defended, want no more wars, but the idea of putting the 101st Airborne in Ukraine, not a very appetizing one.
All right, News Nation's Robert Sherman. I've been watching your coverage almost nightly on News Nation. You're doing a fabulous job in Ukraine. I want you to stay safe. And thanks for the insight today.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
It's 8:22 now as we take a look at traffic. We check it every 10 minutes. And Sully, where do we start?
Well, we're going to start down in Pierce County with a couple of things. Just getting reports from the State Patrol that we might now be in the process of reopening River Road now between Puyallup and I-5. That's where we had a fatal pedestrian crash early this morning. And they've been doing the investigative work there. So it shouldn't be too much longer if the lanes haven't reopened yet. They should be soon. So we'll be watching that. The other big issue in that area is the 5-mile, maybe almost 6 mile backup on southbound I-5 from basically 512 all the way down past the main gate at JBLM, approaching DuPont because of this crash involving a jackknife semi. 2 left lanes are blocked. It's getting close to an hour and a half to make that drive from Tacoma down into Olympia, which is about an hour delay just through that 5 miles. It is not moving. It is ugly there. The rest of the map, we do have some showers here and there. Rented to Bellevue's not too bad at about 40 minutes. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is actually quiet at 45. Federal Way to Seattle doesn't look bad until you get up to the beginnings of Boeing Field. Still about 40 minutes from South Center, which puts us at about an hour all the way from the from the Federal Way area. Lake bridges are still doing okay. We're finally starting to ease up out of Linwood on both 5 and 405. Still about an hour, though, from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, and haven't had a chance to mention it a lot this morning because everything that's going on. A reminder that the 410 White River Bridge is still closed there in Buckley. Hoping to get an update from the engineering staff at WashDOT here a little bit later this morning to see how badly that's damaged and whether or not they might be able to get something open there, but that not anticipating that till later today. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Afternoon sun with high of 76 in Seattle today, upper 70s, low 80s tomorrow. Right now it's 60, 824. Coming up, we will hear from former State Attorney General Rob McKenna on efforts to President Trump's efforts to eliminate mail-in voting in Washington State. What he has to say, that's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The G and Ursula Show.
Of course, we're talking about Sue Bird.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Don Trudeau, the co-owner of the Seattle Storm.
In general, my favorite memory of Sue is just when she stands up for people, that don't necessarily have representation.
Are there any other statues of a woman in front of a stadium?
We are the first WNBA franchise.
Come on now.
To honor one of our players with a statue. Yes.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter's offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Roytine here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, more than a dozen different families of Biggs orcas have been in our area in the past week. Of particular interest is the T109A pod, which is one of the largest families seen in our waters with 11 individuals. The T109As have a missing 12th member. The youngster, known as Brave Little Hunter, who was stranded in a lagoon in Vancouver Island for a month in 2024. No one has seen her this year, but whale watchers remain hopeful. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Biggs orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Lori,
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, where we stand by our quality gutter and gutter guard systems with a 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter guard systems we install. Call today and get $250 off gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:30. Manda has the day off. I'm Charlie Harger. Today marks the one-year anniversary of the death of a beloved grandmother and dog walker in Seattle. 80-year-old Ruth Dalton and her dog Prince were killed in Madison Park. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey spoke with friends who will celebrate Dalton's life with a new memorial.
Yeah, it was a year ago that Ruth Dalton was in her car. Prosecutors say a man forced her out of the car, and he killed, according to police, Ruth, and then later police found the body of Ruth's little dog, Prince. Earlier, Charlie, I made a mistake. I said that there will be a memorial tomorrow. It is today. Let's be clear. It is today, this afternoon, in Seattle. The city is going to install a plaque in memory of Ruth and of Prince near a bench overlooking the Madison Park beach where she loved to walk. Organizer Gina Purdy wants people to remember Ruth as a kind woman who cared deeply about their neighborhood.
We just have to keep these people in our hearts and our thoughts so that it doesn't happen again. Just need to remember that Ruth was just doing her job and doing what she loved to do when she was brutally murdered.
Well, the suspect, Jamed Haynes, should be facing murder and animal cruelty charges, but he is not. Instead, he's been deemed unfit to stand trial, according to a court-ordered mental evaluation result. Purdy and others tell me, while they understand, they also want justice, and they are calling on the city to do something about crime in and around their neighborhood and the city.
We're fed up with this, and we don't want to live this way anymore. We shouldn't live in a city and in our homes and be frightful. That's just not how it's supposed to be.
The public is welcome to attend today's memorial ceremony. It's going to be at 5:30 this afternoon at Madison Park Beach, just on the south side of the bathhouse there. You know, Ruth was a grandmother in her older age. What she did was she loved to gather up all the dogs in the neighborhood that she could and take them for walks in the afternoon. And that's what she was known for, people waving at her from the windows, their houses. You know, police found 2 dogs, they say, inside her car that day as well. She was apparently fighting off that attacker to save those dogs.
Oh, well, thank you for the update, Luke, and also the update on what time that's happening. Appreciate it. Pierce County prosecutors want Sean Kemp to spend 9 months in jail for a shooting in 2023. The former Supersonic star fired at a stolen car he believed had his phone inside. It happened outside the Tacoma Mall in March of 2023. No one was hurt, but prosecutors say Kemp tried to hide his gun and didn't tell police he had fired it. He pleaded guilty to second-degree assault. Tacoma News Tribune reports the plea deal dropped more serious charges and gave both sides room to argue the sentence. Kemp has no criminal history and has stayed out of jail during the case. He'll be sentenced Friday. Truck driver suspected of causing a deadly crash in Florida last week has ties to our state. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports he's in this country illegally.
Authorities say 28-year-old Harjinder Singh made an illegal U-turn and caused the crash on Florida's Turnpike that left 3 people dead. Florida State Attorney General James Uthmeyer spoke to Fox and Friends.
We're not going to deport or let this guy out of our sights until we have convicted him and ensured that he is behind bars.
Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration says the state of Washington broke the rules when it issued Singh a regular full-term commercial driver's license because people without legal status are not eligible. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
We've reached out to the State Department of Licensing for comment. Time to check traffic every 10 minutes, and Chris Sullivan is watching it for us.
And do not get on southbound I-5 from the Tacoma area down to Olympia. We have an 8-mile backup that extends from 512 all the way down past the main gate, almost to DuPont. Jackknife Semi still blocks the 2 left lanes. It is an hour and 40-minute trip from Tacoma to Olympia right now. That is an hour and 10-minute delay. So that is not a very good situation. The rest of Pierce County, though, is in pretty decent shape. And as I talked about 10 minutes ago, we have reopened all lanes of River Road after this morning's fatal crash. Rest of Pierce County looks pretty good. The Puyallup to Renton's only running 45 minutes. Then Renton to Bellevue's under 40, so that's pretty good. Northbound I-5 still struggling from the beginning of Boeing Field, but not bad before that. Under an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, and we're under an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, which is pretty good. Lake bridges are fine. online. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Afternoon sun with a high of 76 today, upper 70s to low 80s tomorrow. Right now in Seattle, it's 60.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
President Trump announced on Monday he intends to eliminate the use of mail-in voting, a method that is used as a primary means of casting ballots in our state. So joining us to talk about it, whether it can be implemented, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Rob, I just want to establish your bona fides for our listeners in case they don't know. Lifelong Republican, right?
Correct.
Okay, you were the president of the College of Republicans at the UW.
President of the student body at the university.
Oh, yeah. I apologize, good sir. You were an attorney general. You ran as a Republican.
Correct.
You ran as the Republican candidate for Washington State governor.
Right.
Okay. So I just don't want people to be thinking whatever you answer here that you are necessarily a wild-eyed liberal Democrat when I ask you this.
No wild eyes here. That's
yeah.
right.
Okay. So the question here, as we look at this, does the president have the authority to do something like this?
No, he doesn't. The way our election system is set up in America is that the states are given control over running elections. So when Washington State became one of the first couple of states to enact all mail-in ballot voting, it was allowed to do that. And during COVID, a bunch of other states suddenly started to do mail-in voting. There were problems with it. Trump accused those states of encouraging fraud. Yet, a few years later, Republicans amped up their own efforts to encourage Republican voters to use mail-in ballots. And it worked. It actually gave them an advantage in states like North Carolina a few years back. But now he's back to attacking mail-in voting, claiming that it creates fraud. And in Washington State, where we have one of the longest track records in the country, we just haven't seen that happen.
And you were, as Attorney General, you defended the mail-in ballot law.
I defended our top two primary system.
Okay.
So the fact that we were voting by mail wasn't really a factor there. But we do have still this unusual system. California has since copied it, where the top two vote getters go on to the general election ballot, regardless of party. And the Libertarians, Republicans, Democrats all challenged it and actually got it blocked after the voters approved it. But then we went to the Supreme Court, and they reversed the lower court 7-2. So I have a lot of experience with election law, and worked closely with our Secretary of State, Sam Reed, when I was AG. So this is something I do know a fair amount about.
So the president has often said over his previous administration and now this one that he wants to give the choices back to the states. This seems to fly in the face of that.
Well, he convinced himself and has convinced a lot of his supporters that mail-in voting works to the disadvantage of Republicans. He couches it in terms of fraud, but the fact is, for a long time in the 2010 to 2020 period, Democrats were better at getting people to vote by mail when there was a mail voting option than Republicans were. It was giving them an advantage. Now, when I first came into politics back in the 80s, in Washington State, it was the Republicans that had the advantage. In fact, Tim Hill won his election for King County executive largely on the strength of a program to encourage people to vote by absentee, and they increased Republican turnout. It took a long time for Democrats to catch on to that, but they did. Then more recently, the evidence I'm seeing is that Republicans have gotten a lot better at getting their base voters to come out, these low propensity voters, to use mail-in voting. So it's been to Republican advantages. So it's a little bit puzzling why he's decided to go on the attack again. But it has probably something to do with the fact we have the midterm elections coming up next year. Trump is concerned about the risk of losing control of the House of Representatives, and he and his advisors may have concluded that discouraging mail-in voting somehow will help them, even though A, he doesn't have the power to stop states from using mail-in voting. He just doesn't have that constitutional authority. And B, Republicans have been using mailed ballots to encourage more of their own people to turn out. So I would think that if you're worried about losing elections in the midterm, you want to use every tool at your disposal to get your own voters to turn in their ballots.
Former state AG Rob McKenna, lifelong Republican. Just thought I'd add that one more time. Appreciate your time this morning, Rob.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Charlie.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the hour and 10-minute delay on southbound I-5 getting out of Tacoma. We'll break it down for you next.
The G and Ursula Show.
Of course, we're talking about Sue Bird.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Don Trudeau, the co-owner of the Seattle Storm.
In general, my favorite memory of Sue is just when she stands up for people, that don't necessarily have representation.
Are there any other statues of a woman in front of a stadium?
We are the first WNBA franchise.
Come on now.
To honor one of our players with a statue. Yes.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple of years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's, mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's, mix, A.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
8:43. Let's head over to the traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
If you can delay your trip between Tacoma and Olympia, you will save yourself a giant headache. And by giant, I mean as big as the snake that Spike and Jake had in the station at my spot yesterday afternoon during their show. It's an hour and 10-minute delay from Tacoma to Olympia because of this crash approaching DuPont. 2 left lanes remain blocked. They've got a bunch of tows there. This is a semi that went nose into the Jersey barrier, and we are backed up 8 miles all the way to 512. It's an hour and 40-minute trip to make that drive from Tacoma down into Olympia. So huge delays there. The rest of the map, though, is starting to get better. I mean, Federal Way to Seattle, you're really not going to hit the brakes at all till you get up to the beginnings of Boeing Field. It's about a 40-minute trip from South Center, so that puts us at about 55 all the way from Federal Way, maybe a little under. Valley Freeway, we've got about a 42-minute trip for you guys, the heaviest spot there, right at the north end, approaching 405. And then 405 is a manageable 40 minutes. Looking at the Lake Bridges, not too bad for either one of them. I-5 southbound looks really good. It's back to about 45 minutes. Everett to Bellevue is running about 55 to an hour, depending on how you hit it. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Sunshine this afternoon after morning clouds burn off, a high of 76. Tomorrow, a high in the upper 70s, so a lot more sunshine. And then sunny the next several days after that, with highs in the mid-80s through looking like Tuesday. Right now, it's 60 at 8:45. Travel drama in Venice ended with a pickpocket showdown. Katrina is here with the details.
It was a showdown indeed. A U.S. tourist in Venice turned detective when her purse packed with cash, a passport, and AirPods was snatched by a teenage pickpocket. The woman tracked the stolen AirPods straight to the culprit, and what happened next has been viewed all over social media.
You stole my purse with my passport in it. Police!
Oh, yeah.
Little girl, I have 8 kids. You're not getting me.
She grabbed the 14-year-old by her ponytail and held her until police arrived. When police arrived, the teen and her accomplice were arrested. On TikTok, people are praising this mom, and it was a scene. You just have to see it.
She said she has 8 kids. You're not going to get away with this.
Yeah, she said, I'm not playing around.
Okay, all right. Maybe that's you in a few years, Katrina.
I hope not.
Okay, thank you. It's 8:46, and a quick note here. The Seattle Seahawks regular season approaching, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game on September 7th. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, simply text APP, A-P-P, to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, the 25th. Coming up, Scott stops by the show. He wants to comment on my commentary. Does he have a bone to pick with me? Does he have a high five? We will have to wait and see. G. Scott talking about the Fred Meyer locations closing this month. That's on the way on Seattle's Morning News.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Send off summer with the power of 0 at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get 0% APR, make 0 down payment, and have 0 payment for up to 90 days on select new Fords. Go electric and save an incredible $17,000 off MSRP on a new all-wheel drive 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Pro Crew Cab. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E Select. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Check out the savings and stop by Kendall Ford of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RWG 33493, SMA 24296, and SRE 72794. $2083 per month for $1,000 finance, subject to credit approval to Ford Credit. Interest will accrue during the deferred payment period. All factor rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle, subject to prior sales. See dealer for details. Offer expires 9/2/25.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
8:50 and joining us from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott is here. And G, we've been talking this morning about the closures now of 5 Fred Meyer stores. They're blaming this on crime and rising costs. I'm curious what you make of it.
Well, first of all, this is a very serious topic. We're going to be talking about this on the G and Ursula show this morning. We talked about it yesterday. I have been talking about this for days. Ever since Kroger has made those announcements, they're not playing games. And so what's happening is first, I want to point out 700 workers in the Seattle areas will be impacted by this. I spoke with someone last night. Her husband will be impacted by this. This family, they already live paycheck to paycheck. This is devastating for them. This is not like, hey, where can we transfer? Hopefully he's able to be transferred. Now, right now what you're hearing and what they are saying is they're talking about, yes, there is a theft problem. Right? And some of these stores are operating in the red. And so some people believe, well, but look about the corporate, the C-suites, and look at the buybacks and everything. Well, let me get to that in a second, and I'll help really make people better understand what's really going on. First, Amazon and Walmart are now cutting into the grocery game. They're not playing any games at all. Here's a question for you. Have you ever been to Costco and had the $1.50 soda and hot dog?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Like once a week.
It's not healthy, David.
Okay, David. All right. So in the retail game, you all know what that's called. That's called a loss leader, right? Going there, getting that, or that $5 rotisserie chicken. These are things that they can lose money on. Well, Amazon can do the same thing with groceries. They can lose money on their groceries because they know that Charlie is going to be online and you're going to buy other things where they can make the profit. Number 2 thing that I want people to think about. These are publicly traded companies, okay? That, yes, when you see the stock buybacks and all those things, all publicly traded companies, when they're trying to be competitive, they do these things. Here's my question for everybody right now. Should the grocery industry be publicly traded? Should the healthcare industry be publicly traded? I'm saying no, and we wouldn't have some of these problems. Healthcare should not be publicly traded. Hey, man, I want to make some money on people's health. Hey, I want to make some money on people eating. No. And the last thing to remember is when you think about Kroger and the Fred Meyers and the QFCs, these are union jobs, right? Amazon's not union. So a lot of these salaries, they pay more in salaries. So the Safeways and the Krogers, the QFCs and all of them, they're going to pay more for their employees. So there's a lot of things going into this. And yes, some of these stores truly are operating in the red, and it is really sad. The last point I want to make is this. This is just the beginning of food deserts that will be coming here soon because of the non-traditional ways of the Amazons and the Walmarts, the way they're getting ready to dig in. Sure, you want to get your stuff online? Okay, no problem. Just don't look forward to having the neighborhood grocery store as much as you used to.
All right, G, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us. G. Scott, 9 to noon on KIRO Newsradio and host of the Reset podcast on mynorthwest.com. Sully, what is happening in traffic?
Well, we're still working with about an hour and 15-minute delay now from Tacoma down into Olympia. We have over an 8-mile backup from 512 all the way through JBLM down to DuPont, where we have the 2 left lanes blocked for this crash involving a semi. It looks like they're in the process of moving it, but either way, I mean, An hour and 45 minutes to go from Olympia to Tacoma, that's just ugly. I mean, beyond ugly. There's also a crash in the northbound direction through Nisqually as well, so we're seeing a lot of action in that part of our map. The rest of the map, though, is getting better. I mean, Federal Way to Seattle is only running 50 minutes. That's only 50 from Everett to Bellevue, 40 from Everett to Seattle, so that's a pretty good summer day. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle of about 50 minutes, that's not bad. 35 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, so we're picking up the pace there. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Forecast looks lovely the next few days. A high of 76 in Seattle today, upper 70s to low 80s tomorrow, and then the next few days after that, highs will be in the mid 80s with sunshine. Right now in Seattle, we have some sun breaks. It is 60. Coming up, it's the G and Ursula Show. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This fall, Seattle Symphony music director Shen Zhang begins her debut season at Benaroya Hall. On September 13th, Shen conducts Grieg Piano Concerto with pianist Simone Terpcheski for the symphony's opening night. On September 18th and 20th, Shen conducts the majestic Pictures at an Exhibition. On October 2nd, 4th, and 5th, Shen conducts Rachmaninoff's dramatic Second Symphony and Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. Ticket info at seattlesymphony.org.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury.